Okay, we are live and recording. I call this meeting of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District Board of Trustees to order at 5:06 p.m. Ms. Ellinger, are there any public comments for closed session agenda items?
Not at this time.
Okay, seeing as there are none, we will convene the close at 5:07 p.m. Great. Okay. Okay, it is 6:15 PM. I'd like to reconvene the the board meeting at this time. Everyone rise for the flag salute. And pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, item number, I believe, 6 is announcements. Tonight's meeting will be recorded and live streamed. There is nothing to report out from close. And now we're on to item number 8, or item number 7. Approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Are there any comments or adjustments to the agenda or consent agenda from?
A few things. So one thing I noticed on the governing board elections. I guess I would like to have further discussion and move it away off of the main consent agenda. It's the one with the board elections and what happens specifically, the part of what happens in a tie vote between candidates. And so the current recommendation, I guess by district leadership.
First one.
Is it the first one? Yeah. So the current recommendation is that if it's deadlocked between 2 or maybe or more candidates, that it goes to a lot.
I think all we have to do is.
Oh, we just have to
have
say,
it.
got it.
And
Thank you.
put on the regular agenda.
Okay.
We'll put that back.
And then, can we put on the regular agenda the one called selection and evaluation of instructional material?
Is for clarification, are the CSBA board policy updates?
Yeah, it was, well, right? Yes, board policy updates.
Great.
So you want to pull those 2 particular ones?
Yes,
You want to pull the entire policy updates or just those 2 in particular?
just those 2 in particular.
You know which one is that?
I don't,
So correct me if that one that says selection of.
if I understand, right, trustee Goss, you'd like to pull item 7B CSBA board policies. It's the first reading. And you'd like to share some feedback.
Yes.
On
Yes.
a couple of the policies for the board to consider before finally adopting.
Thank you. And one final question, if I may, if we need clarification on some of the policies, and what is the process on?
We can discuss policies after you pull it.
Okay,
Pull it from the consent and then we can return. I'd suggest returning it at future agenda items.
okay. Just,
There's no rush to pass these.
okay, got it. So can we pull homework, makeup work, and academic honesty? For clarification.
It's easier for us if you read the
Sorry, I thought, okay, well, I don't know where, I saw it in the,
6143, that kind of stuff.
I see. I don't
They're
know,
all board policies.
yeah.
I think we just pulled the
Yeah.
whole thing down. I don't think we can split it out.
Can you keep going up? I'll try to find it.
So trustee Cost, because item 7B is all one item.
Yeah.
We would just pull the entire 7B off of consent and then have discussion on 7B after.
Can we do that?
And
Thank
then
you for the process. Colin.
the process will probably be more or less, I'd like to review this further. We have a discussion, not
Yes.
necessarily even tonight, could be a
Yes.
later date.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, any other comments or modifications to item number 7, agenda and consent agenda?
Did I hear we were gonna move that to just before item 17 then? Before the,
So process suggestion, given this is the first reading and there's no action on board policy this time. I think moving it towards future agenda items to kind of share your concern about the policy so that it can be read once and we can bring a recommendation to the board for potential approval as a second reading next time. Probably makes
Between
sense.
16 and 17. So we'll make that the new item 17 and then
Yep.
17 will become 18 and so on and so forth. Okay. Anything else? Okay, so do I see a motion on item number 7?
I move that the board approves the agenda and consent agenda with the 7B poll.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. And then we're on to item number 8, which is a public hearing. Let's see, I'm supposed to say something here. Oh, hold on a second, it's in here somewhere. Okay, so the board will open the public hearing on, gosh darn it. Flipping back and forth. Composition of potential trustee voting areas, map decision election sequencing, relative to the California Voting Rights Act at 6:21 p.m.
And joining us tonight is our consultant, Liz Stitt, who will provide a brief overview and then more information on potential action.
Right.
And Liz is joining us via Zoom tonight.
Oh,
That's right. Can you hear me okay?
a little too.
Oh, okay.
God.
I'll speak a little more quietly. Okay, so we have made it to the 5th and final hearing for our California Voting Rights Act conversion. So we'll be going over the traditional districting principles pretty quickly since we went over that this entire time. But again, those are the rules that we use to draw and pick maps. We'll get into the public testimony that we've received since last time, and then we'll really focus on the final map selection. So we still have D and E to pick from, and we'll talk about the sequencing that you'll also be voting on as well. And then we'll quickly go over the public hearing or schedule, and then we'll get into the final vote. So just as a reminder, this is what we use to draw the maps. The ranked list of criteria from the Fair Maps Act. So first, each trustee area is relatively equal in population size, and each area is contiguous. So it's one whole piece. It's not going from one part of the district to another and calling it one. It's maintaining communities of interest, and we've been really fortunate to get a lot of public testimony on this as well. And then we also tried to make lines easy to identify and understandable, following natural and man-made boundaries. And then, of course, keeping districts compact. So really trying to avoid those funny looking shapes that people tend to associate with gerrymandering. Now, we did get a few maps in on Districter, and I did want to go over them. This map is called Revised Map D, so it's based off of D. Total deviation here is 6.3%, but I do want to point out that they underpopulate the western side and overpopulate the more middle side where there's new builds. And you'll see that in the other maps as well. So you'll see in this one, map E improved, 7.9% total deviation. So again, it's under that 10% deviation maximum. And you see, again, on the western side, it's underpopulated. And then in the middle, it is overpopulated. And then one last map, map E alternative. Total deviation here is low, it's 3.8%. With District 5, again, the western side being underpopulated, and 2, where we're seeing more building projects being overpopulated. Getting into the public testimony, we got a lot of people coming in last time who alluded to this, that there was a lot of testimony in support of Map E. Well, here they are. We received numerous in support for E. I urge you to adopt the final map like draft E. A lot of them are saying they want to keep together as much as possible the Nesbitt families. Again, keep together Nesbitt. They prefer map E. Again, all of these comments are all in favor of map E. And yeah, we got a lot. So I do want to, say to the public who's watching, the board does have access to all of that. So I did go over that quickly, but they absolutely have been reading the comments as they've been coming in. So let's look at the draft maps that we're considering. And just as a reminder, draft D was a combination of a couple of maps that we created earlier. So draft B and draft C, and it accounts for future growth. And draft E was drafted off of the districtor map called 4004. And again, it was adjusted to account for further growth. So taking a look at draft D, you'll see that each trustee area has at least one and no more than 2 schools in their area. This one has a total deviation of 7%, so we're under that 10% deviation maximum. And then we have draft E. So again, this one has no more than 2 and at least 1 school in each trustee area. And it also, same as draft D, underpopulates areas where there are building projects that we know are happening to sort of account for that future growth. And this one has a 5.7% total deviation. Now, I went over it briefly last time, but I do want to come back to you with proposed sequencing. I worked with Dan to get you some examples of sequencing that you'll be voting on. So just as a reminder, sequencing happens when, first of all, there are staggered elections, right? So there's only going to be 2 trustees up in the next election and then 3 up in the 2026 election. So this map has to reflect when those elections are up as well. So we'll have 2 districts or 2 trustee areas up in 2024 and 3 up in 2026. And for these sequencing proposals, you'll notice that all of the 2024 elections areas are evens and the 2026 are odds. So here is the draft D proposed sequencing. Relatively understandable. We did want to give 2 the opportunity to go up first, since that is the Shores area. And the board has reflected on the fact that they want that area to be represented. And so we figured they should probably go up first if that is the case. And then again, Shores is up first in this version 1 for draft E. So you'll see that 1, 3, and 5 up in 2026, and then 2 and 4 up in 2020, or excuse me, 1, yeah, that's right. And then 2 and 4 up in 2024. But we also wanted to give you a different version as well, so you can see what it would potentially look like if, and I'll go back to version 1. So 2 and 5 switch here. So that is sequencing, and I'm happy to take questions on that. But first, we've made it to the very end of our schedule. So what that means is you will have the opportunity to vote on either draft D or draft E, and you'll be voting on the sequencing as well. I'm happy to take any questions, but hopefully we got a lot of the questions done last time. But with that, I'm happy to turn it back over to the president.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
Yes, there are. So we have Jennifer. Let's come up and speak.
And just before we get started on public comment, just need to remind everyone that let's see, where is it? Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per topic per person. If you wish to make a public comment on this, please fill out a green comment card to Ms. Ellinger, and we'll call you to the podium in order.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I'm a BRSSD parent, and thanks again for all your hard work on this. I know it's been a long road and you're at the finish line, and here we are. It's good. I'm here to urge you to vote for MAP E because I believe it offers more equitable representation, options across the district, and also keeps our school communities of interest together more effectively. I won't repeat everything I said last month. I know you've heard that already. Bottom line, I just wanted to remind you that MAP D splices and dices Nesbitt into 3 districts, which I think is not a fair representation opportunity, and MAP E keeps us connected, and I think that's really important. I was also struck by what Jim and a few other folks said last month about how E actually is the only one that guarantees us a representative from the shores, which I know is one of the goals of this as well. So I'm just here again to urge you to adopt MAP E. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have Mindy Song.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mindy. I'm a BRS parent. First of all, I would like to thank Superintendent, School Board, and all the staff for your great work on this project. I also want to thank you for giving our community a chance to give our feedback. Thank you very much. I would like to support MAP E for 3 reasons. First, in MAP E, every trustee area covers 1 to 2 schools. And second, if I understand correctly, currently we do not have any board member from the Redwood Shore area. If we adopt MAP E, we'll guarantee that in the future we'll have a board member from that area. So these 2 reasons will facilitate the equity across our school district. And finally, as a Nesbitt parent, I think you saw the comments from the Nesbitt community. We would like to see a map that not dilute the Nesbitt area too much. MAP D dilutes the Nesbitt area into 3 trustee areas, but MAP E keeps Nesbitt into 2 areas. So for those 3 reasons above, I would like to urge the board and superintendent and other staff to consider MAP E. Thank you.
And Rona Goodrum.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for everybody's hard work on all this. So at the last public hearing, I spoke in favor of MAP D. And after listening to some of the parents from the Nesbitt area, I went home to look at this a little bit more, and I submitted the 3 options that were presented just before. So with the revised MAP D, what I was looking to do was a compromise for, things that the Shores folks were saying and the Nesbitt folks were saying. And so I made the Nesbitt area similar to MAP E and, continue to divide Redwood Shores down the center based on how our kids are assigned the 2 public schools. Then I went to MAP E and looked at some of the things that some of the folks in the Shores weren't that happy with. And so I adjusted, made some slight adjustments to the Shores and the yellow and teal areas. And basically, the problem with MAP E was that the way it was divided where mostly the commercial area is and the Belmont Shores area, and probably not a lot of families with school-age children. So I went and kind of added the Marlin Court area, kind of just finagled some things around. If map E is the only way that the shores is guaranteed, somebody on the board, I am in support of that. Given the size of Redwood Shores, I also worked on the election maps for the city. The Shores is over 12,000 people. The school district is only 40. So we should have a minimum of 1, possibly 2. So on my improved or revised map E, I just added some more homes that would give us a bit more of an opportunity to have some families of school-age children in one of the other districts. So anyway, thank you. I know this is a hard decision. What we decide is going to be for 10 years. So I know we want to try to get this right and fair and equitable and all that good stuff. So thank you again.
And that's all the speakers. For the mapping.
And at this point, I want to close the public hearing at 6:36 p.m. and open it up for questions from the board. Anybody have anything they'd like to comment on or any particular questions? Sam.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank everyone who came in today to speak here. People who sent emails, people who filled out the survey. We as the board of trustees, we are your representatives. So hearing your feedback is always very important to us. So thank you for giving that feedback. However, it's always good to get more feedback. I was expecting more, but we didn't get as much as we thought we would. So just to share with the board, I took a look at we had our Google survey. It goes in a spreadsheet. I was able to look at that. Read through every comment from everyone, and just want to give a few metrics that I came up in my analysis. So the first response came in on June 22nd. The most recent one was on November 11th. There were 37 total. And like I said, I was hoping there would be more than 37 comments, but at least that was something. And we got some emails and some public comment as well with the past few meetings. So out of those 37 comments, 31 of the commenters identified as being Belmont residents. That's 84%. Where 4 commenters, including one of our former trustees, thanks for keeping in touch with us, were identified from Redwood Shores or Redwood City. And then 2 commenters were San Mateo. So that's kind of the breakdown of where the comments came. The other thing that was interesting is the word Nesbit appeared 29 times in this, and 27 respondents had Nesbit in there. So Nesbit has the biggest vocal group in there. So 2 comments. Two of the comments that came in were not really related to the district elections. They had some other feedback they wanted to give, so those weren't really pertinent to this discussion. And then when I did the tally, 19 of the respondents vocalized that they wanted map E, 2 said they wanted D, and there were 3 that said they wanted A, B, or C, which I think ended up rolling into D eventually, or maybe 2 of those rolled into D, 1 didn't. Let's see. So some of the feedback would be a couple of things that I read that I thought were important to hear. So someone from Redwood Shores said it is important that Redwood Shores has the opportunity to have 2 trustees on the board and to guarantee at least 1 Redwood Shores trustee, which is what E does because it has that one segment that's dedicated. The other ones are some on this side of 101, on the west side of 101, some on the east side of 101. Another Redwood Shores comment was, I'm writing to provide comments regarding the district maps as a Redwood Shores resident. I think it is important to have a core zone that is Redwood Shores so that this trustee really understands the needs of the families in this area. So there's a lot of feedback about having that dedicated area. And then one other thing, there were some questions in the comments, and I just wanted to share for everyone here and everyone watching online. There's a question, well, who drew up these maps? Where did they come from? So all the maps that were presented here were actually community input. The whole community had access to go into Districtor and create maps, and the maps that were created And thank you, Liz, for going through and doing all the analytics with your team. First of all, some maps didn't qualify for some reason or another, and then we kind of filtered it down, and eventually the maps that came out were actually community. So just to share where they came from to answer those questions. So those were some things I wanted to share just about the demographics. Some of the things I think that some of the public comments said, some of the public comments mentioned were some of the notes I had here about guaranteeing Redwood Shores access. Let's see. Yeah, and then on the map D, there's areas 1 and 2 on the map, which were kind of going on kind of the northwest side and the southeast side of Redwood Shores. And those would span all the way down into Belmont and into San Mateo. But that didn't seem to really capture the community of interest. I mean, it was so expansive. It seemed like it was spanning over multiple communities of interest. And then the other thing of map D that kind of struck me was four of the trustee areas would have multiple schools. So a trustee would say, well, you know, I'm part of both Cipriani and Central. I'm Redwood Shores and Sandpiper, or I'm Nesbit and Central. Whereas the one district, I think was or trustee area 4 was really just only Fox. So it kind of is an inequity to have like one trustee beholden to just one school, but then all the other 4 trustees would be multiple schools. And that seemed like a little bit of inequity there. But those were my comments. I'm in favor of map E for the growth of the district. That's you know, as there's growth in the central part of the district and less growth on the extremities, and for the other reasons you mentioned before.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Any other questions or comments?
Again, just to echo Trustee Leinbach, thanks very much to all of the community members for attending in person or submitting your feedback. We really do appreciate it and are taking that into account, as well as the principles of the Voting Rights Act, which our consultant, thank you, had mentioned at the beginning, right? Relatively equals population, contiguous, things like that. Those are the things that we're going to make a decision on. So thank you for your feedback. Out of D and E, I am in favor of E. I do appreciate the additional edited maps that were provided, that were submitted. So I think the edited revised map D, which is on slide 4, could be something we talk about. It seems to me that it does, for the Nesbit community of interest, it only has 2 trustee areas. So it would satisfy that concern. And then it also would make it more likely, although not guaranteed, that there would be a possibility of 2 board members from Redwood Shores. There would be 1 guaranteed and 1 a possibility. So that was slide 4, district ID 207676, revised map D. So I'm in favor of E over D, and I think we can consider revised map D, because it's very similar to E, but as I said, does open up a possibility for a second trustee from Redwood Shores.
Liz, can you go ahead and share your screen again with the maps? Thank you. That helps the discussion.
I will add just information. When we received the revised maps, I did reach out to Liz about how those lines were shifted slightly and whether or not that supported the board's objectives, stated objectives. The one piece that it did not take into consideration, in full disclosure, I think those maps are slightly more balanced, but they don't take into consideration the growth that we're seeing in the middle of the district and the growth that took place after the last census, is my understanding, and the board's desire to underpopulate kind of the middle pieces so that there could be growth.
And I do want to add a little bit to what Dan said. A couple of these maps, including this map, is not fully populated in terms of assigning all of the census, tracts and to each area. So there would need to be some adjustments made to this map before you can officially vote on it, just because it doesn't quite fulfill all of those requirements tonight. So you'll have to vote on it in another meeting. It's totally up to you guys if you want to do that, but I do just want to give you a warning. This map isn't, it wouldn't pass the muster of the Fair Maps Act quite yet, but we could get there.
So you're saying that you would then adjust this map, we would re-present it, rediscuss it, and then at a separate meeting, then we have to go forward with the vote in like January?
So if you want to go forward with this map, you would give me the direction to ensure that all the census blocks are populated and that it fits the criteria as required. And then you'll be able to vote on it at the next meeting.
Okay. Any more comments or questions?
That was, are we moving to a vote after this or?
Yeah, my turn to say.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so of course, yeah, I echo my fellow trustees and having this robust discussion both online and here in person. And I thank the community for their hard work as well. I kind of see draft E as, the ability for, that area of area 3, in addition to 4, having representation and the ability for there to be a possible of a Redwood Shores second trustee. But I also look at it as like that it's good to represent communities of interest, and I think that's well represented here in the layout. I think we've looked at it, and the fact is that every trustee, while certainly having us kind of a central community of interest, really represents the district, and I think that whoever that trustee is from areas 3 and/or 2 would represent the upper part, I guess, so for lack of a better word, of the Redwood Shores. So I think for the reasons that have been stated by fellow trustees, I'm towards draft E. Versus a revision.
You can go back to slide 4 if we're talking about considering it, and this is maybe, overthinking it. One thing's in my head, right? Like all board members should be able to think about the district and the needs of the schools, and we're gonna have a team. I think Shores is I think obviously important in the district as being 1/3 of it, and the idea of someone knowing those needs makes all the sense, I think, irrefutably. I think Nesbitt being like in our populous area and our Title I and highly voiced in this map, if there is 2 representatives from Shores, I don't see how Nesbitt has a representative, which again, not that Nesbitt needs its own special one, But section 4 is mostly central. And if Redwood Shores took section 1 in any rotation, there would be no chance actually for a next representative. So it's for me, I wouldn't consider this now.
Any questions or comments? Liz, I have a few, if that's okay. So I just wanted to clarify on the comments around E. It's not necessarily that E is the most popular, rather than the mechanism by which the majority of the comments were forwarded. Basically, the comments may be from more activated votes, but not necessarily represent the majority of the voters in the region. Is that
That's right.
correct?
Yeah, that's right. As you noticed, there's about 30 comments in total. But it does, not to take away from their activism and getting their voice out there. So I don't want to discredit that, but
Okay. The other clarification I wanted to add, all the maps, D or E, meet the requirements of the California Voters' Rights Act. I think we clarified that last time.
yes,
Revised E does not at this point, or would need some modification before we move forward with that.
it would need some modifications, which is fine, and I'm happy to do that. It would just mean that you guys would need one more meeting to vote on it.
But in its current format, it does not meet the requirements.
That's right.
Okay, and that one also doesn't account for growth.
That's right.
Okay. And when it comes down to growth, as I understand it, smaller districts that are not in an area of growth would give out of proportion voice to those districts.
Sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
So smaller districts that are not in areas of growth would give out of proportion voice to those districts. Is that correct?
It could potentially do that.
Same as larger districts in areas of growth could also mitigate the voice of those districts. Is that also potentially correct, especially over time?
Yes, over time.
And the process for considering one of the revised maps is you would revise the maps to fit it into the California Voters' Rights Act. And then we would consider that map in contrast to, say, another map that we decide to move forward if we went down that pathway.
So it would fit the Fair Maps Act requirements. So if you do choose to go down that pathway, you can let me know, or you can vote on D or E tonight.
Got it. So I don't have any other questions, but I do think that we probably have some decisions to make. And one of those decisions is, do we want to move forward with the revised map E and that process?
Which slide one is that?
That's slide 4.
That says revised map.
Revised D, I think. Is that revised D? Revised D or E? Slide 4.
I do think there's revised E's, but this one is revised D that we will.
Okay. Does anybody feel strongly about moving this forward? Seeing no, Sam is a no.
I do really appreciate it, and I think it would be good for the potential of a second Redwood Shores representative. But as some of my colleagues mentioned, then at the same time, it would then seem like it would make it less likely that there would be someone representing the Nesbitt community of interest. So I'm okay with not putting this one forward.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. So I think we agree that we're not going to move forward with the process of this revised map. So then it comes down to the two maps that are left, which are D and E. And this is the question I have back to you, Dan, is what's the next step? Do we whittle it down to one map and then vote in the next agenda item? Or do you guys want to put it all on the next agenda item? I don't really have strong feelings about that one way or another.
The board cover and the information on both items is identical. I just wanted to call out a decision for the next item, so it was transparent to our community that A, we're having a public hearing,
Yeah.
and B, that the decision would be made. So moving down to the next item for that decision is fine.
Okay,
You're there.
so I think we have all the information we need to make a decision. And I'm sensing that we at least have a majority of board members that are leaning towards one map versus another. Is that correct?
Correct.
So seeing that being the case, the next question I have is on sequencing. So we really haven't gotten into the sequencing discussion.
Yep.
This was just about maps.
Yep.
Okay, and the public hearing was just about maps
And sequencing.
and sequencing.
Yes.
So we talked about sequencing a little bit. How are we going to make that decision with the next?
So a couple things on sequencing. When Liz and I were talking about sequencing, we looked at where trustee areas or trustees currently reside and where they would reside in relationship to the map that we adopted. In map D, there would be our three newest trustees would actually live in 3 different areas, which would mean our other 2 areas would likely be the next choice to come up in the 2024 election. At that point, it would be complete. That's map D. Under map E, we had trustees that ended up spanning 2 trustee areas. So 2 trustee areas would come up in 2024. The third would be added at the end of our current trustee's term for that third map. So in terms of process, I'd encourage the board to decide map D or map E first.
Yes.
And then after that decision, let's talk about the nuances of each.
Okay, got it. All right, so I think we're ready to move on to item number 9. Okay, so item number 9 is map decision and election sequencing. Dan, this is presented by yourself, but I think you just did that for us.
Yes.
So let's start with map decision. Is there anybody who feels strongly about map D? Okay, would anybody like to make a motion on the maps?
I move that the board adopts map E as presented.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you for that unanimous votes. It's map E moving forward. Okay, so now on to sequencing. Can we put the
Yeah.
sequencing back up?
If we can show map E1, please.
Yes, let me pull it up.
So I will say the differences between the 2 maps, they are numbered differently. Each zone is numbered differently on the maps because registrar of voters likes to say we're adopting or we're electing even numbered areas or odd number areas. It's easier for the registrar, it's easier for the community to understand. So under this current, actually both version 1 and version 2, Liz and I heard pretty clearly that we wanted to ensure that there was representation in the shores. The only zone that ensures that is that purple zone, that unique zone. So area 4 is on the 2024 sequence on both maps. The difference between version 1 and version 2 is zone 2 and zone 5. They flip-flop. So we can either choose 4 and 2 or 4 and 5.
Like going to the optometrist.
Yes.
One? Totally.
I would if I was to summarize, the second area for election would be either the middle of the district or the hill extremity
You mean like a little bit past here?
here.
Here.
Yeah.
Got it.
Anything, discussion?
What schools are in, can you remind me of the schools that are in, well, for this zone 2? Or zone 5?
Fox and Ralston.
Is it Fox and Cipriani or?
Fox,
Physically in it, or actually they're catchment?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
That's different, right? So the schools that are physically in zone 2 are Ralston and Fox. But it's a catchment for SIP jumps down to that tail of 2 right before District 5. And certainly there's
And
some,
Central,
yeah, a little bit, not as much.
I could share a little bit about that. So,
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Superintendent Gara was kind enough to put together a map, and it showed, it had like map pins of each student, and we broke out K through 5 and 6 through 8, because 6 through 8, Ralston's everywhere. So we're just looking at K through 5 because that's really representative. But it would have a different color for each student's home, and there was, you know, a lot of blending in the middles. But what it showed, and I actually plotted out on a piece of paper here, is it showed that kind of if you draw a line from 1 to 2, like straight across, like everything there, that's all Fox, and that's exclusively Fox. Cipriani, that kind of the northwest and that tail of the green is Cipriani. The area right in the middle, kind of in between 1, 2, and 5, that's Fox, Cipriani, and Central, kind of a blend of students from there. So that's kind of a mix. If you look at that left side of the brown area, that's exclusively Central, and further down, kind of some of the green area down there is Central. And if you look, everything between El Camino and 101 is exclusively, well, not exclusively, but the majority Nesbitt students. And Sandpiper, which is interesting. I drew a picture. It looks like kind of a dog bone, but there's a cluster down where that little pink area loops up, and up on the top upper right, that's Sandpiper. But the interesting thing is Redwood Shores Elementary does not have an area where it's predominantly them, because Sandpiper is mixed all throughout. But just the bottom part is Sandpiper, but the top part is Sandpiper and Redwood Shores. So Redwood Shores doesn't really have a predominant area where they are, if that makes sense. So that's what the map color showed. So if it's any,
Are you talking about area? That's what you're talking about, just in general.
I'm sorry,
Were you talking about area 5, or are you talking about just in general, like area 4?
for Sandpiper?
Redwood Shores and Sandpiper.
Well, Redwood Shores, students in Redwood Shores are, you know, from Oracle all the way out, you know, and they're just scattered throughout there. Whereas Sandpiper is scattered throughout that whole kind of peninsula. Whereas Redwood Shores is only on the top side.
Yeah.
So on the top side of that, it's all Sandpiper and Redwood Shores students. But on the bottom side, or the bottom right side, is majority Sandpiper students. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess the areas that I'm trying to understand are 4, 5, and 2. 4 is straightforward. It's the shores, right?
Yeah.
And it's going to be multiple catchments. 5 east of the 101 looks like it should be the shores. But you know, a lot of that is in corporate or industrial, and not a ton of representation of the shores.
Yeah.
3 has more. And 5 is the one that sort of captures sort of SIP Nesbitt and some of the shores. So
Central, yeah.
Central. So I'm sorry, Central Nesbitt and some of the shores, primarily.
Just a sliver of the shores, but yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I feel like we should share with the audience that we cannot share this map with them, because what we're talking about of catchment areas, unless we blurred it. because it contains pinpoints of individual houses where children are. So that is why that is not for everyone's view, unfortunately. So so as my colleagues were saying, as Trustee Leinbach said, he tried to delineate it out of, if you can imagine, because of our algorithm with our catchment areas, that generally the closest you are to a school that is generally your school. And then, of course, where you're in between two schools, then it starts to overlap which school your child might be assigned to.
I think I'm a fan of spreading out, I guess, on this map. I guess maybe I'm thinking of the other one. You don't need to change it, but like 3 and 5 being the same year for level of like just differing opinions and things like that. Like having them be on opposite sequencing cycles, so that it's not an influx of the same people the whole time. Again, maybe that's a good thing, but my head right now, separating 3 and 5 as they are for sequencing, so that one, like the middle is kind of always actually represented, and not just a cohort of together, or as like the board members coming in. So not thinking about us, but similar to the way we are right now, actually, right? It's if we were to go through, we have this kind of package deal of mindset. Again, admitting that humans are diverse, but I do think spreading out 3 and 5 so that the other map where 2 is what makes sense to me for now.
I'll just share terminology that I've been using. I call that middle section the bow tie, and the other section. Because the numbers fluctuate, right?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I really agree with Trustee Bruno's point. I think that's a really good point. I think we're kind of a little bit restrained by that 3 of us were elected last year. So we won't be up for election until 2026. And so then only 2 people are up for election in 24. So I totally think your point is very good, Trustee Bruno, but I think just because we can only have 2 up for sequencing. So for example, if we say had, sorry, I'm trying to think of it. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm not expressing myself well. I think with version E1, that does satisfy what you're asking for. I was just looking at version 2. So E1 does have 2 and 3 on different election cycles.
This one right here.
This one right here.
For this or not?
Yes, because I think that goes along with what you were saying of not having. I think part of the problem is we renumbered the districts from one map to the next. But so on this one, on E,
I said made this one make sense.
Yeah, on E version 2, which is not what's on the board right now. Sorry.
This one.
Yes, then 5 and 3 are on different cycles.
Yes.
But on version 1,
No.
they're on.
This one, 5 and 3 are on the same side.
She changed it.
Okay.
Odd numbers are on the same cycle, even numbers are in the same cycle.
This one.
Yes, right. It's not the order in which they'll be, it's odds and evens are coupled together. The other thing that strikes me about this sequencing, not only does the map guarantee representation from the shores, but this sequencing gives the shores an opportunity to have 2 in the nearest election and an opportunity to have another in the next election. So there's 2 chances for the shores to pick up a second or a third, depending on how the elections go based on this sequencing. The alternative sequencing where we move the even down to this one, yeah. Then this particular one makes it guarantees that there'll still be 4 representatives from Belmont after this next election. Regardless, right? And I hear your point, Mr. Bruno, about the 3 and 5. You know, proximity sometimes shapes opinion.
Right.
And experiences. And there could be fairly similar opinions and experiences from the proximity of 3 and 5 together in this particular sequencing.
Yeah.
I think that's an excellent one. Can we go back to the prior sequencing? Mr. Lambert.
Yeah, Trustee Bruno brings up a good point. And can you flip to version 2, I think?
Yep.
Yes. So, in this one, you know, things, you know, and this map is gonna go for at least 8 years until 2030 when, or 2030 is the census and it'll be the following year when it comes out.
Yeah, 32.
Yeah. So it'll be quite, this will be stuck, well, we'll be stuck with it.
Stuck with.
I have a better term.
Well, it's
Yeah.
Very loud.
But as cycles change
Committed.
every couple of years, like maybe there's building projects and things, you know, on El Camino, and then there's something else happening. In this cycle, or even like every 2 years, it's gonna flip back and forth. But the thing I notice here is right now, both extremities with the lower populations, declining populations are voting at the same time. And then 2 years later, the higher growing populations will be voting at the same time. And it'll be nice to spread that out so that there's a growing and a declining population at the same time, and then a different growing and different declining population at the same time. So
And-
that's it. Version 1, I think, captured that.
It's declining though in terms of our student census, not necessarily the voters, correct?
Is that?
I think that's total census, yeah.
Yeah. Whenever we talk about declining enrollment, we're talking about students, whereas the census talks about people.
Population.
Yeah.
So
But during the growth, it's a growth of population, not only students, but population also. There'd be, I mean, if there's more students, there's probably also gonna be more voters.
some of what we lose in terms of our census of students is because they're just aging out. And so those folks aren't selling their homes, they're not disappearing, they're still voters, they're still in their census, but their kids are off to high school and so that's some of the census decline in our student catchment.
But then there's a lot of residential housing being built along that middle.
Yeah, my point is
And they'll be
that
they're the
1, 5, and 4 aren't necessarily areas of decline, they're just areas of decline for our students. Whereas 3 and 2 are areas of growth regardless.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, got you. Yeah.
Okay, does everybody feel like they had a discussion on this to make a motion?
I
Well-
move that we move forward with draft E version 1 for sequencing.
Second.
Did I get it right? Yes.
Mhm.
This is E1.
Yes.
There's a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion passes. We have maps and we have sequences and you guys are stuck with it for 10 years.
And I just, for official clarification, I want to make sure that the record has that we are voting affirmatively for resolution 2023-24-5 version 1. It's the resolution with the accompanying attachments and maps to make it official.
You want us to repeat it better?
Vote again?
Why don't you say that all over again and vote all over again?
Oh, really?
Just to make sure.
Oh, geez.
Or as Superintendent DeGuara just stated,
I motion to do what? I can't motion. I motion that we move forward with what the superintendent Laura just stated.
Resolution 2023/24-5E.1.
Perfect. I get both of them.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's truly now official. Thanks, Dan. Okay, moving on to the more exciting things. Speakers wishing to address the board. Hold on.
Just before we move on, for everyone's information, so the next, I mean, this is our vote, but the next step, of course, is to go to the County Committee on School District Organization, and they have to review and approve it, and, a couple more steps there.
Who is that?
Yeah, and that's
So-
December 14th.
So tomorrow I will submit a letter to Superintendent McGee, who will get this agendized before the commission. They have a heads up that we're looking to come visit and seek approval on December 4th. So I'll make sure that I keep the board updated on that process.
Okay. And by the way, congratulations, everybody. That was a lot of work, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
That was a lot of work on your behalf, sir.
And I have one more thing that I just want to put on the record. As we're looking at Districtor, we saw all these little curvy things, and I would make a strong recommendation that the district work with the county or whoever draws census blocks and encourage them to remap those. Take Water Dog Lake Park. That should not be one census block. That should be split down the middle. These people are in one block, these people are in the other, where a lot of the waterways were.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Liz, maybe you know this, what organization draws those census blocks that
The US Census Bureau.
sounds like fun?
Get on it.
So, yeah,
That could take
it would be nice to,
Separate job.
we have plenty of time to mull that over.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll work with Liz to see how we might approach that.
And Liz, if you could work on that tax situation next.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Liz.
sorry.
Have a good evening.
Unfair. All right, so speakers wishing to address the board. Speakers wishing to, public has the right to address the board on any agenda item or non-agenda item within the jurisdiction of the board. To do so, please submit a green speaker card to Ms. Ellinger noting the agenda item if applicable. Non-agenda item comments will be heard now. Agenda related comments will be heard during that item's discussion. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per item. In fairness to all, we ask everyone to respect the time limits. If addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting on or discussing such matters at this meeting, including responding to speakers. Ms. Ellinger, do we have any requests for public comment?
Yes, we do. First speaker will be Akira Bronstein.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Sorry,
What was the name?
Kara Brownstein.
Akira Bronstein.
Okay.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for your time. As you know, my name is Akira Bronstein, and I'm in 8th grade at Nesbitt Middle School. I am here to try and communicate with you my frustration about the lack of music education at my school. I enjoy my smaller environment and understand that the smaller middle schools offer students similar to me a small environment and opportunity to learn at a smaller school. However, learning in a smaller environment should not prevent me from access to learning about music. Let me tell you about my experiences. First, I am happy to share that I have developed an appreciation of the arts both from my elementary days at Fox as well as through dance lessons on my own. There is a great deal of joy and fun that comes from expression in the arts. I watched my brothers play music at Ralston and Carmont, and I expected to do the same. However, while I enjoy Nesbitt, I have been completely shocked that there's virtually no music program for the middle school. Again, as there is no mention of music, it isn't talked about. There are only a handful of middle school band students in 6th grade. However, last year, our band program reached 2 students. Yeah, 2. I didn't know what to think either. Mr. Barnes is a great teacher and he does his best. But to participate, I have to miss another class similar to PE. And Mr. Barnes and one of the other boy and I go play for an hour. It's okay, but frankly, playing with another person during PE once a week isn't super enjoyable. And it certainly isn't enough time. And I have never had the chance to play in a band. or participate in a performance. We aren't even invited. I decided to try out for Ralston's jazz band that meets early in the morning. I pledged my summer to try and practice to make jazz band. I practiced practically every day at home. However, at the auditions, Mr. Thielen took a ton of notes and told me that if Carmont would ask about my playing experience, he would say that I've been in a band. And then he cut me and only a few other students. So even in 8th grade, it's obvious that the Ralston teachers didn't think I'm good enough, of course. How could I be? My friends receive instruction about 4 times a week for an hour. I only get 1 day a week. And this year we didn't start even for 2 months. So at addition time, I had 0 instruction for 2 months. And how is this equitable? How could I ever catch up? If I want to join Carmont's band program, it's really rigorous. And all the kids are coming from Ralston and have played for 3 years for 4 days a week. It's appalling to me, but I'm really looking forward to hoping that you can take this topic seriously, as music is extremely important to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kira.
Okay, and next we have Patricia Bronston.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for these opportunities for us to share. I am Patricia Bronstein. So David, I just heard from my daughter. She really wanted to come tonight. She knew I was coming and she insisted. She said, I need to express how I feel. And I think you can do that. We, of course, support her and, have asked the district for what can be done at this point. This is one 8th grader who has compassionately told you how much she wants to play, but yet she is being denied that opportunity. We are, of course, concerned for her and hope you can help. But far beyond her, I want to tell you that my husband and I and our family are deeply immersed in our community. Besides having Akira, we've had 2 boys that have gone through Fox, Ralston, and Carmont, at which David and I teach 30 and 20 years. So we have a long history and understand the communities. We understand the progression through the elementary schools and the RSC and the middle schools, and we see where that comes out of Carmont. Far beyond being concerned for our daughter, as trained educators, we both happen to be social science history teachers. I am very deeply concerned. We became deeply concerned last year when it reached 2 students out of an entire middle school who are involved in band. Those are some massive red flags. Being trained educators and history teachers, I think we are all now aware of issues of equity, diversity, and inclusion. And I think we really need to take a close look at the situation. We were happy to send her to a smaller program, and students who, this district created those smaller programs. And I think it's probably pretty clear the advantages of some of the smaller programs for kids with learning needs that may be better served in a smaller program. Socially, developmentally, for whatever reason, there are smaller programs. We do not see why students who are choosing to learn in that way or who have needs to learn in that way should be basically denied that opportunity for music instruction. At the Nesbitt PTSA meeting last week, the Nesbitt parents aptly summed it up. They said, so we're basically providing Nesbitt middle school students with music education in an elementary model for middle school. It isn't enough. And I think, again, the equity, diversity, and inclusion issues are clear. If you look at Nesbitt's population, Sandpiper may have a slightly different demographic, but both being smaller schools, you will notice it's clear the different socioeconomic status of those in Nesbitt, the ethnic makeup of the students there, and to the simplistic answers beyond the situation. We're concerned that the answers we got from the district are way too topical. Hearing one, that the interest isn't there. Number 2, go to Ralston. And number 3, we offer things that are different. Well, I'm sorry, but the programs offered, whether it be design learning or whatever, aren't music. And we all know the advantages of music and creativity in the arts, and that isn't being provided to students right now. We hope you will take it up and think about it and really examine our role in providing equity, diversity, and inclusion to prevent institutional discrimination that will perpetuate from the lack of opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next we have Jessica Torres.
Hi, I'd like to say thank you to our board members and the district for spending time away from your family to provide a better future for all students. I stand here today deeply concerned about our children's well-being, specifically regarding the school meals. My son, who used to eat lunch masters, now refuses shufflables, deeming them disgusting and impacting his mental focus. Skipping lunch at school means he won't eat until 5 p.m. or later, posing a severe risk for almost 10 hours without food. Volunteering in the lunchroom, I witnessed 108 untouched sandwiches, resembling roadkill. A waste of food, money, despite staff's multiple increased requests, orders for hot lunches. Our children deserve fresh, appetizing meals. For example, macaroni and cheese, chicken nuggets, and pizzas, etc. California provides free meals, but what good is it if the children won't eat? I challenge the district staff to eat shufflables meals for a year and decide for yourself. I know I'm not the only concerned parent or staff member. I'm here to speak up for those who don't dare to speak up or who can't. The district must act promptly, monitoring and changing the lunch program and create a parent lunch committee to keep the district accountable. Every passing day means another hungry student. To ensure academic success, we must nourish our students at school. Our children deserve appealing, nutritious meals, especially those qualifying for free lunches. Shufflable fails to deliver, offering unappealing lunches and don't meet staff requests for hot lunch orders. These meals don't reflect the quality or appeal to our Belmont-Redwood Shores District students. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving and God bless.
Okay, and finally, we have Aja Yi.
Hello, I am Asia Yi. I am a BRSSD parent, and I'm here representing the Sustainability Parent Group. So we are a newly formed group of like-minded parents whose goal is to create a more sustainable future for our children through action and education. We aim to work with teachers, the board, administrators, and other like-minded parents in order to complete environmental-based ideas and projects. We represent parents from a variety of schools within our school district. We have 3 main initiatives. One of them is to reduce food waste and increase the amount of food that is composted or items that could be recycled. Our second initiative is to bring clean energy to the schools. And our third initiative is to either reduce or eliminate the use of single-use plastics and to increase the usage of reusable items, such as providing condiment dispensers in the lunch areas. And so we hope that we can gain your support with our ideas and initiatives, and we look forward to speaking to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia.
That's it for speakers.
Okay, great. Okay, moving on to item number 11. Board of Trustees report. Mr. Cost, why don't you start?
Thank you, President Howard. Couple of things. First of all, I just want to, there was a few cultural celebrations, and I think this, as we enter the winter period, there will be more when we come together as a community to celebrate them. So I just want to say for all those who celebrate Diwali, Dia de los Muertos, and other ones, if I've missed, just I wanted to just put that out to the community that we're excited. We are excited for the celebrations that have been and will continue. The one thing that I was excited with, I sat in on Nesbitt's facility master planning. And it's very invigorating. I really want to thank the architecture firm and how smooth it went. We had the whiteboards up, we had the sticky notes. I thank Superintendent DeGuara for attending as well. And I thought it went really well. We have the other ones scheduled around the community, either through the PTA meetings or other designated times. And I really want to encourage the community to voice their opinion, to use the surveys if they can't attend those meetings, to really get the voice out. But I just think it is great that it was well received, that we were thinking through holistically. We were giving some good guidance. At the time, the staff was going to weigh in. The suggestion was by the architect project manager to let your children get involved in the process. And I think that's a great idea through the surveying. You can talk to them at home. Talk to my son. He had some amazing ideas. I was surprised that chocolate fountain in the middle of Nesbitt wasn't one of them. He actually was very in tune with some of the athletic fields and some of the other infrastructure discussions. So I just really want to, I really was impressed by the presentation. And I think we're going to hopefully surface a lot of great ideas that will enhance our district overall. So I just wanted to thank them and wish everyone a upcoming great Thanksgiving break.
Bruno. I don't have a lot to say. I think I echo some of the same things as Trustee Toss. Happy whatever light celebration you've been doing recently with solstices and Diwalis and upcoming Hanukkahs and Christmases and Halloweens and all the things that are right and awesome and harvesty. I work in school by profession, and I've been going to just conferences this week, and I'm part of a master's in governance class currently for being a board member, and I'm thankful currently, one, just to be a board member. So in just talking about districting and electing, that feeling comes and goes. Not that this is ever bad. Sometimes I forget that I'm doing it, and I'm reminded that I am, as I work in independent schools and try to work also public schools. And I got to speak to my daughter's teachers and watch other students and see their work and kind of roam the halls. And I'm proud of what we're doing, both again with people showing up here today and the work we're doing with the district, and the conversations we've had both in closed and in open. And maybe I know that there's things to work on, but I think we're also just lucky as I speak to people in other districts and then different school board members and superintendents and kind of the issues they're going through. And anyway, yeah, I appreciate being here and I appreciate these times. My kids are really happy. So that's dope. And I now get to pretend like I can take some credit in that. Thank you for that. But yeah, the in-person work I've seen as I've been in 2 schools recently has been great. And I've been doing some SADA connecting with fellow board members and more to come up. We have a conference coming up in 2 weeks that we're all going to be at. I'm actually really looking forward to the annual education conference. And hopefully I'll have some words about that in the next meeting.
I just wanted to highlight 2 events that I've attended in the last month. The first was Cipriani's Wildcat Walk. It was a great, successful community building event. So special thanks to Cipriani PTA and Principal Walters for a great event. And the second event was just yesterday. It was the first meeting of the district's newly formed Arts Committee, led by Assistant Superintendent Hu and composed of staff and community members. This committee is exploring how the district might utilize additional arts funding that voters enacted statewide through Proposition 28. So we welcome feedback from the community and encourage everyone to take the survey that Ms. Hu sent out via email.
So I just want to take my time to thank the district for oh yeah, you.
Thanking you.
I always have to go last. All right, Sam.
Thanks. One thing that I love about this district, and I say it over and over again, is just the community involvement and the action. I mean, we have a lot of people here at the meeting. I haven't seen this people at a meeting for a very long time. We had some very thoughtful comments. I attended several meetings, PTA meetings, PTA council, school force, and it's good. Every time I go to a meeting, I see some new faces. So it's good to see people stepping up to do that volunteer role. I think it's important that we encourage all families and anyone to volunteer in these roles, because the district can't do it on the staff alone. It takes a lot of volunteers, and I just am very thankful that we have a community full of volunteers, including everyone sitting here. But I'm really thankful for that in the spirit of Thanksgiving month here. One of the things I attended recently was the California School Board Association Roadshow, where they're going to different areas of the state. And CEO Vernon Billy, CEO of CSBA, one of their head legal people, and like 3 or 4 other folks from Sacramento drove all the way down. And it was for the whole, any school board member in the county could attend. And I think Santa Clara County, some people came up from that too. It was at the, where was it? It was at the County Office of Ed. And they talked about a number of government relations things. As you know, CSBA is very involved in legislative action. So they brought up a few things I want to share. So things that have just recently passed, AB 1023, the cybersecurity bill was signed, giving funding for that, which is very important in these technology days. SB 765 is related to teacher shortages and provides some CalSTRS relief, which is going to be helpful. And here's a very, very, very important one. SR 12 and HR 10 was passed, designating January as School Board Appreciation Month. How about that? So the people in Sacramento are showing us some love.
Your Puma card.
There you go. Also, AB 1078, there's a few things that we'll talk about actually later on. I was going to say we passed in consent, but we didn't. But yeah, there's a 1078. And the thing that I like about this is that it requires curriculum and textbooks. There shouldn't be any curriculum or textbooks removed because of inclusive issues or protected classes. So it protects book banning and things like that. So that's very important, and it's been codified, and the policies that we're talking about later on are going to make sure that those policies are reflected here, but that's for a later discussion. And also they mentioned Legislative Action Week is coming. That's where we as elected officials get to talk to our Sacramento elected officials and tell them what is important to school boards. And that's coming up on March 12th through 14th. Please mark that down. We get to get on Zoom and talk to our legislators and say, here's what's important to us and here's why we need money for this. You gave us these unfunded mandates and it's causing us problems, to give them that feedback. And they love listening to us because as elected officials, we have a bunch of constituents. So they want to know, so we're representing everyone here and the community and they like to hear that. So please, I encourage all the board members to get involved in that. The last thing is Kent Awards is May 10th. BRSSD has always had a great showing at Kent Awards. We won a lot of awards. We're like one of the top contenders there. So let's keep it rolling. Superintendent Gar, please make sure all the teachers submit those applications and we're going to bring a whole bunch of awards back. So
And when the applications are going to be released?
It's January is I think when it'll be open for applying. Yeah. And let's keep a good standing on that. And that's all I have. Last but not least.
I realized that earlier in the meeting, I just voted myself out of office, which is cool, I guess. Meaning those maps carved me out and I won't be running again anytime soon. But I do want to thank the district. The things that I have noticed since Dan has come into the role as superintendent, and even before that, this district has had a commitment to using fair and open processes to improve the support structures for either staff or our kids, focusing mostly on achievement and not on the distractors. You can see that in the way that we've done the districting maps, pretty fair and open. And you know, I just voted myself out and one of these two guys out of office with those maps. Yeah, you guys are in the same district. Yeah, exactly. We're all done. And then, you know, Prop 28 funding, I think that I've had my eye on you for a long time, cost. So Prop 28, you see that although we don't necessarily get there as immediately as we'd like to, we've got extra funding now to work on some of the issues that you may have heard about this evening. And think about how we're going to redistribute our efforts and provide a more holistic arts experience for our students. And then facilities, we're working hard with the community with both outreach, active events, not just in silico events, but in real life events where we go out and find what resonates with our community. And the same thing was true with our strategic plan. There was a lot of time spent on finding out what was important to our community, what was important to our staff, what was important to our students in terms of focus. And I think that we keep coming to these big products that will allow us to build structure that survives beyond our tenure as board members, Dan's tenure as a superintendent, and benefit for the community as a whole. And I think that's really the legacy that you're looking for when you're a school board is not the everyday up and down kind of stuff, but really building lasting structures that focus on the main thing, making the main thing, right? Student achievement and student success. And so thank you guys for being that board, and thank you guys for being that district. That's all I got to say.
So for superintendent's report, I will keep a brief. Facility master planning, lots of community sessions. There is a survey out. I encourage folks to do it with your kiddos. Have your kiddos sit right beside you and ask them those questions. And we'll be talking with students as well. We've already done that at Ralston. The one thing I will say is when we ask people what about facilities, our facilities are pretty favorable, at least comparison. That said, facilities master planning does give us the opportunity to dream a little bit, think outside the box a little bit, and just think of what could be. So as folks do that, I really want people to think outside of the box. You know, what if? We've heard a couple of great what ifs, but as our architects say, if we don't hear it, we can't do it, right? So we do want to hear it. And with that, I'm not going to go into much detail because we have some amazing folks in the audience that are ready to present. I've had a little bit of heads up, and I'm actually looking forward to hearing more from Ralston. So.
Okay, so moving on to item number 13, school spotlight, Ralston Middle School. Go Rams, aka Sabrina Adler, President, Principal, Ralston Middle School.
In the entire audience. Come on in.
Come in, Amelia, Andrew.
There's more. Oh, there's more out there.
Sabrina.
Love it.
You just bring that tray. Right?
Tried it on.
Oh my gosh.
Bye.
We almost might have first a standing room.
If there's not music.
Right. Well, thank you to the board and Superintendent DeGuara for having us tonight. I'm Sabrina Adler. This is my third year at Ralston, and I'm going to let my team introduce themselves. Am I going to go? Sure.
I am Lisa Silverman Kafka, and I am the 7th grade counselor this year at Ralston.
Kelly Jorgensen, assistant principal, 3rd year.
Patrick Wilson, assistant principal, 3rd year. My name is Quinn Diamond and I'm 8th grade president.
I'm Sarah Gedney. I'm the 6th grade counselor.
My name is Alex Young, president of BLSU at Ralston Middle School.
And I'm Dan Stark. I'm 8th grade counselor at Ralston Middle School.
I'm Catherine Marinos. I teach culinary arts, just culinary arts this year. My 2nd year. Last year, I also taught robotics. And these are my students that came. They didn't.
Andrew Drive. Artie Gary. Amelia Philistine.
And we made food for you.
Thank you about that when we get to that part. All right. So coming back from the pandemic, we've worked really hard the last 2 years on climate and culture with our staff, our students, our families. And through our work last year, we came up with 3 goals for this year, 1 for students, 1 for staff, and 1 for families. So for our students, building meaningful relationships while educating the whole child. For our staff, creating more opportunities for dialogue and feedback. And then for our families, working on communicating effectively and efficiently about the students and things that are happening at Ralston. These tie nicely into our new strategic plan. And as many of you know, we're being asked to present this year on the 4 different lenses, the 4 pieces of our strategic plan. And one of the things that I like is that while there are 4 distinct areas, as you see, they interlock, and you'll see throughout our presentation tonight, sometimes we just had to pick one area to put something in, but it fits in a lot of different areas, which is really neat that there are so many things that are intertwined.
So the first slide that we're going to show you that has our students in there is developed around our well-rounded learners. What we like to do is to enhance just traditional curriculum up at Ralston. The first slide you see up in the upper left-hand side is with a program called Science from Scientists. They come on campus once a week after school. It's a club, and they are teaching students about further science, technology things. So what you're seeing there is our students are developing different types of prototypes that we'll be able to catch plastics within the Pacific Garbage Patch. The 2 slides, the one in the upper right-hand corner and the lower left-hand corner, is from our Marine Science Institute program that we do with our 6th graders. And they have 3 touches with the Marine Science Institute throughout 6th grade. The first one is a watershed program where Marine Science Institute comes in and they have models of watersheds and teach the kids about point source and non-point source pollution and how that affects our own watershed here, the Belmont Creek watershed. And then our students then go canoeing. They canoe in the slough down at Smith Slough in Redwood City. It's not just canoeing, they actually do water quality testing as well. They take that data, they bring it back, and then their final trip is in our backyard at Water Dog Lake. So they go down there with the Marine Science Institute where they do even more water quality testing. So they're getting different points of contact within our own community and also learning about our community watershed. The bottom right-hand corner is one of our participants for the spelling bee. A couple of other things that we want to share with you. We are really happy that our Disney trip is coming back for our band and choir students. It's been put on the back burner due to the pandemic. We'll be going back this year. I'm really excited because I get to go with them. Some other things that we're involved in as well is the Tupe program, which is our tobacco program that we reach out to different areas. They come in, give us information. Sarah will be leading that for us this year as well. Let me check my notes real quick. Sorry about that. We've got a lot to talk about. And of course, our electives program, our science fair program, which is coming back this year as well. And then of course, our big school musical, which this year in March will be the Mary Poppins Junior. So we're excited about that as well. So all of these things are, outside of the traditional curriculum.
Belonging and inclusion has been a huge goal of ours all year long. It starts not only with our staff, but also with all of our students. I really just want to highlight, and before I pass it over to my colleagues, the picture in the top left corner. That is one of our social studies teachers in 6th grade. Behind her, there is a mirror, and every student that enters her classroom looks square into that mirror every morning, every day, every class period before they walk in. And they give themselves a positive affirmation before they walk in. There are things that say like, I'm confident, I'm strong. there are also opportunities for them to say, I'm a little tired, right? Like, we're really making sure that they feel heard, they feel accepted long before they even walk into that room. And it really sets a tone for having a great day and making it the best day to go get their education and to enjoy that. So we'll talk about some other things. I'm going to pass that to some of my other colleagues back here.
I want to address the two pictures on the right there. The one on the top right is one of our pet partners, Rose and her partner Coda, who come in and join us twice a month. We also have another set of pet partners, Janine and Shasta, and they come in once a month. We expanded this from last year. I was able to get them in once a month, and now we've got 3 times a month, almost every Thursday. We have a dog that comes in for an hour, and we're trying to get every student on campus to have the opportunity to pet a dog every now and then. I can't tell you what kind of joy it brings to the kids. Some of them are like, this is the best thing that happened to me today. So it's great to add a little bit more of animals into the kids' lives. The picture in the bottom corner, bottom right, is Animal Assisted Happiness. They're coming to us from their farm in Sunnyvale, and they bring rabbits and guinea pigs and chickens and goats. And we're doing that 3 times a year. The kids, every kid on campus, anybody who wants to, gets a chance to come pet multiple animals. And it just brings kind of another fun, joyful thing to the kids on campus. So, the last picture here is one of our electives, and I think we're going to address electives in a minute.
To add on to some of the things that we're doing in the counseling department, I have initiated minute check-ins. So it's another touch point where I can have one-on-one conversations with every 6th grader, focusing on their transition to middle school, the social and academic transition. So that's kind of what I've been doing.
Thank you. And then certainly a huge part of our overall counseling and wellness program has been our adopted SEL curriculum this year. We have recently changed to Wayfinder. We've gotten some strong feedback that the curriculum is much more focused towards middle schoolers. I'll be honest that, right, like I think it's been tough for some of our teachers to find that time. New curriculum, right, it takes some time to adjust, but they really are pushing themselves to try to adopt it, try to implement it, and to try to continue to build that belongingness and inclusion that we're really working towards. They've been practicing perspective taking, sharing different thoughts and ideas with each other, building community within their classrooms and with their teachers. And I think it really, it's an opportunity for our kids and our teachers to really see a different side of each other that they really don't get a chance to see. Such an academic driven community, such a high achieving school, that sometimes this stuff just makes us all a little bit more human. When they get through that stuff, there of course are times for brain teasers, to have some fun, solve problems together, talk things out. And then every Friday at the end of our SEL curriculum, we do a Rose and Thorn. For those of you who don't know what that is, that's an opportunity for kids to talk about a highlight from a week and maybe something that they're working on. It offers a really strong opportunity to reflect about what's going on with them and to really kind of lower their guard, not only with their students, but for their students to relate to their teachers as well.
And we've got a couple more pictures here of another initiative that we started this year at Ralston, which was our wellness room. It's a room that we have on campus. At lunchtime, we have almost 1,200 students out on the yard. That's a lot, and is a little chaotic for some students and some adults. And this is a room that we have for anybody who just kind of needs a place to go chill during the day. We would love to be able to staff it all day long. Right now, we have it staffed by one of our San Jose State interns, which is one of our community building things that we're doing.
And it just is another place that students who might not feel like they have somewhere to go or people to be with, where they can go and have a nice relaxing space. And one of the nice things about it is that students find other students there, right? There are kids who, they don't know who to hang out with, but then they go to that room and there are other single kids who don't know who to hang out with. And then they often start playing games with each other, which is really nice to see.
We have a lot of clubs on campus and we're going to feature one of them tonight with Alex.
Hello, my name is Alex Young and I'm the president of the BLSU at Ralston Middle School. A little backstory on BSU. When I was in 6th grade, I had a very hard time transitioning back into regular school. And there were also a lot of unpleasant experiences I had on campus with a lot of the kids. And me and my friend Tyrese, we came up with this idea. Why don't we create this club where we can include everyone to share these experiences that they've had with racism, a place where everyone can come feel safe and happy. During lunchtimes, we meet once a month in Miss Tafka's room. And I can speak from experience that it has really helped not only me, but other kids at this school. I've been able to tell a difference in a lot of the kids' behavior. We also do a lot of fun activities. Very recently, my friend Andrew's mom helped plan a Latino celebration where we had people come in, we gave out churros and what was the drink name? Jarritos. And we gave those out to kids. There was a lot of kids in line, but it was definitely a great experience. Last year, we had a drum circle, as we can see in the picture there. I'm right over there by the blue wall, sitting down. We also had a karate demonstration and a lot of other things. But I just want to come up here and speak about BLSU and how it's really helped.
With over 20 electives at Ralston, there's a lot of different ways for students to feel included and find a passion. One of our featured items tonight is our culinary arts cultural cookbook project. So I'm going to turn it over to the culinary crew. Okay, you can stand up.
Hi. This year I decided to do, the kids are always asking to make their own things. We made a lot of things. So far this year, we have, everybody learned to sew, by the way, in the beginning, we do textile arts also. But we've made cinnamon rolls, Pop-Tarts, focaccia art. We also, you can see pictures of things. We made our own homemade pasta. We made pizza. And then one of the homework projects what they did was everybody had to bring in a family recipe, something that represents themselves, something about the history of their family, to share just a little bit of their culture and their heritage and their family traditions. We turned them all into a giant cookbook. That QR code brings you there. You can see the cookbook, and then all the students voted on recipes of which ones they would like to cook in school. And we have 3 winners that we are going to make crepes and mochi and spam musubi. These are the 3 winners of them. We'll be making them, and the funding to buy the extra special food to do those was from a school force grant. So thank you very much for that. And these are my favorite. They're going to tell you what they made for you. Okay. So first, we might have overcooked a little. So first we have, you can speak.
Gluten-free lemon muffins.
Oh. Put it right over there.
We have meringue. And we also have meringue with lemon curd inside them.
Go fast.
Gosh.
Audience can, we have a lot. The audience can-
Sure.
We're gonna take the big.
There's only a few gluten free.
I'm okay with it. I love lemon, but I.
So we made these like during the school day, they came in with food.
Can you help tell them what these are?
Oh, yeah.
Meringues
So-
are gluten free.
These ones? Why is it?
And then,
These are the ones that have lemon inside them.
I'm just eating them all.
other ones coming. There's other ones coming.
What are these ones?
The Marines are gluten-free.
I
Are these glutens? No, I'll pass these.
These ones are gluten.
They're all of them. Those ones aren't either. Okay.
These ones are meringues and
I'll eat the cupcakes.
These ones? So they're. What is this?
There's more of,
What do you call this one?
These guys.
All right, as we will continue, thank you to our students for their cooking efforts and planning. They put a lot of thought into it. Yeah.
Well, I don't have food for you, but I do want to talk about something we've worked really hard on this year at Ralston, which is overhauling our discipline system. Coming into the year, we wanted to make a very intentional effort to shift our discipline consequences towards matching the behaviors that earn them. You might know this as restorative discipline. But essentially, it's very easy to say, don't do that, here's a trash duty. That doesn't really solve the problem. That doesn't really get at what this student has done, and it doesn't really teach them much. And oftentimes we get students coming to us, I don't know why I got this. And they're being honest. And so with this overhaul, we are shifting intentionally towards restorative discipline. And we want to also make sure we're not just saying it, but we're also documenting so that we have data to back it up. And as such, we're using the Swiss system to document our data for discipline. And we're using a new collection form to help facilitate that. Part of PBIS, positive behavioral intervention supports, it's not just about consequences and discipline and all that. It's also how are we going to support positive behaviors? How are we going to reward when we see students doing the right thing, when we see students doing things we're asking them to do? And so we do address that through, we have our golden tickets system where teachers or any adult on campus can award a golden ticket to students when we catch them doing something, what we call ramtastic. We also have our PBIS app where we can award students points that they can spend on our student store. And we have student of the month each month to support those behaviors as well. I did want to show you on this slide here, so far, some of the data that we've gathered from our Swiss entries so far this year. You can see the average number of referrals per day per month so far this year. The black line is the national median. So we're doing pretty good. I would say in general, I think it's pretty well known. Ralston students were really well behaved. We're doing what we need to be doing. And when we don't, we need to have those honest conversations and those difficult conversations. And that's what a lot of this work is all about. Working with families, working with students, really to repair the harm rather than just punish, punish, punish. And in this next slide here, you can see every year our PBIS committee meets to do what we call our tiered fidelity inventory, which is just a fancy way of saying, how well are we implementing PBIS? We go through this really long list of questions and we have to have this honest conversation with ourselves. Are we doing this well or are we not? We kind of rate ourselves on a variety of different categories. In the lighter blue is last year and the darker blue is this year. And this is how we rated ourselves on how well we're implementing tier 1 strategies, tier 2 strategies, and tier 3 strategies. As you can see this year, we worked very hard on tier 1 and it's paid off. A lot of this has to do with setting expectations in the beginning of the year, sharing with students, how are you supposed to operate, not just in the classroom, but in the hallway or out at lunch, out in the field, wherever you might be. And so each classroom, each subject is at the beginning of the year assigned to go over these different expectations. That way we can break it up. And that way every student can come out of that knowing this is how we're expected to behave on campus. So far, data is looking good. We're going to continue to collect it throughout the year. And the goal is to really share this with staff each time we have these staff meetings and then kind of do deeper dives with our PBIS committee.
Right, so there's a lot of emphasis on community engagement. We have our student government program that helps to do a lot of different activities to help students feel included. From our web orientation, our lunchtime competitions, that in the top right-hand corner is Kellen, who is using chopsticks to stack chapsticks on top of each other vertically and be the first to do that. Very challenging. We've got some pictures in the bottom right is our facilities master plan student meeting. That was just a couple weeks ago, and Quinn will talk a little bit more about how we do that. And then actually Quinn herself in the bottom left, and that was from our Hispanic Heritage Celebration. So a lot of connections to the community. We are partnering with outside organizations as well, some that you've heard of already. The Girl Scouts, the Boy Scouts, you're going to hear about an opportunity from yesterday from Quinn in a minute. So a lot of different partnerships and more slides that we're not going through, but if you go to the bigger presentation, you'll see them.
So this year we have started doing something on the first Wednesday of each month called a town hall meeting. And this is so that we can share what's going to be happening in the next month and get the students' thoughts and like feelings on what's going to be happening and give them a chance to ask any questions they have about the events. And so it'll start at 7:45 in the morning and we'll just go over everything. They can take notes, ask questions afterwards. And it's a great experience for everyone to get to know what's happening in their school. And then there are homeroom representatives who report back to their class and inform everybody. So not everybody has to go, but they can inform other people. And then yesterday, a few class periods, a student gov yearbook and a speech and debate class got the opportunity to visit the Airbnb headquarters through a program called Suit Up. And we learned all about working as a team, and our public speaking skills got like totally used when we had present in front of judges. And it was a great experience to just learn about like all of these things that we learn about now in the real world when you get to a job and when you have to work in groups. And we got to design these novelty special houses, which used our creativity and working together. And it was really awesome experience. These are some examples of people drafting things and coming up with ideas, working together to create this house and create this presentation. They had to work in strategy, thinking about the money and the costs and the people who would help support the ideas, like the sponsors. And then there's a marketing division who would help with social media, making sure people knew what was happening, and then the design who came up with the visuals. And then in the end, there was people where you had to present in front of about 200 people in front of judges who would in the end pick a winning team who had the best house and everything worked out the best.
And we were proud there were high schoolers, 11th and 12th graders there yesterday, and we had a Ralston team that was our winners yesterday. So they all took home, each student took home a cash prize from the business competition. And again, they had a good day. They also recognized some outstanding leaders for the day, and they got up on stage and were awarded a certificate as well. So it was a really fast-paced day yesterday. We got in and they had 3 hours to put everything together. They designed a whole concept and pitched it. And a special thank you to our CBO, Rui, whose friend is the CEO of Suit Up, who reached out and asked principals in this middle school principals in this district who would be interested. And we got the opportunity to do this yesterday. So it was a really fun day to go.
Some cash prize.
All right, finally, investing in our long-term future. One of the things we heard from our staff is we know they work hard. They wanted some more opportunities this year to get together, to have meaningful conversations, also to just relax a little bit. So a special thank you to our PTA who's been working really hard. Once a month, we do a staff event at lunch. It's usually the first Thursday of the month. And we transform the library into a little staff lounge. That one in the top left corner, the volunteers made boba at our last lunch and there was food to go with it. So that was really exciting. Our staff has been really positive about giving them a time each month to come together, and food always brings people together. So that is that. In the bottom left-hand corner, we revamped a staff recognition program this year. It used to be that admin started with one classified and one certificated staff member that they were awarding an award to as the employee of the month. And then they would pass it on from there. So the staff passed it on. What we found is that a lot of the same staff were getting the same recognitions we heard year over year. This is only our third year here. So I decided to revamp it this summer, and instead now we are recognizing a 6th grade teacher or staff member, a 7th grade staff member, an 8th grade staff member, and a classified staff member. We've got some little trophies this year too that they get to keep instead of just passing the trophy along. And admin started, and then again, the staff continue it on. And they give a little speech at our monthly staff meeting, and again, everyone keeps a memento this year. So that's been really positive. And then you probably know what's in the bottom right corner of the year. That is instruction on staple number 2. We actually have progressed from there, and they have reseeded the field. It is still fenced off, but we are in the final stages of that as well. So just a lot of opportunity this year to invest in our staff, our students, and really think about wellness, giving each other shout outs and recognizing all the different efforts and leadership opportunities. Again, this is shared leadership tonight. We've got all sorts, we've got our teachers presenting, our admin team, we've got our students. So we really have been looking at that, and then professional development opportunities. This is just an example of once a month. What we're doing with staff is this goes in their box. We have different things on the bingo board, but the goal is to get a bingo over the course of the week, put it in my box, and then I draw a couple over the weekend to win a Starbucks gift card. So it's something new just to show staff we appreciate you treating yourself well, and that we recognize that that's important to you as well. Finally, just again, this will be an ongoing district effort to invest in curriculum. Sarah, do you want to talk a little bit about the new team?
Miss Yee was here, so she really talked about the nuts and bolts of the sustainability, the green team. And it's basically a partnered initiative where we're trying to promote sustainability efforts at school, get the kids interested in waste reduction, greenhouse gas emissions, and how we are contributing to that. So
it's been a big team effort, and although it's only November, it's been a busy year already. A lot going on as always at Ralston, and we just want to say thank you to our students, staff, and family, and thank you for joining us tonight. That's it.
For all the district office people.
Perfect.
To feed everybody.
If they make it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Bruno, would you like to? You're
gonna do question? We can stay into question.
Before students leave.
Oh, they're going.
Okay, come on back. I know some of them may have to, I just want to say thank you. The students are always the best part of any presentation.
Yep.
So we appreciate you guys coming. I was going to say to cook for us, to present to us about all of the great things that are happening at your school. Definitely much appreciated. I just want to say the treats were amazing. And if they ever ask you to cook for staff, that is not free. That's called catering. You could charge for that. Amazing, especially the gluten-free muffin. Thank you for taking care of me. And I just want to comment, Alex, maybe intentionally or not, the back of your shirt said no limit. And I really appreciate that, thinking that there's no limit, that we can always strive for great things and work really hard to achieve them. So thank you.
Of course.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks. Yeah, for the food.
No, I think you guys get to stay.
All right.
Mr. Bruno, why don't you lead us off?
How do you pay for the Disney trip?
The families fund it, but we also do some fundraising as well.
I'm sorry, was the question? How do you?
The Disney trip, I was curious how it was
Oh, Disney
funded.
trip.
Yeah.
So parent funded, we're also doing some selling of treats at basketball games and sports when all the different athletes and families are coming in.
Gotcha. One of you were speaking about Wayfinder, and I was just curious, like, is there a need attached to when you say like teachers, or I don't know how you worded it, but you maybe said they were struggling to find the time. Is it just one of those things like practice will make it better, or is there something that needs?
You know what? I think we're trying to collaborate on possible solutions right now. It's very much in the kind of the infantry stage of it all. I know that it's right. It's important.
Yeah.
We all understand that and we all know that, but we also understand and know our teachers that they have a full plate as well.
Right.
It's, you know, it is another thing. And I know that's like a very popular saying. And we've heard that from them. And we are doing our best to try to provide like a roadmap for them to be able to do it, for them to be able to deliver the curriculum. And we're also taking in feedback currently.
Yeah.
I think that's been a huge thing that we've been doing the last couple of weeks is trying to get some, it's been maybe 10, 12 weeks that they've been doing it now. They've had an opportunity to do about 8 to 10 lessons, and where they're at right now is they would like some more time. So I think we hear that, and it's mostly the administrative staff that's really trying to work with them to see where we can find them more time, more support to help them out.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to force you to be too honest, and I don't want to be too negative. Like, is it still like the right choice, or is it too heavy, or is it still like, do you believe it's the right program that just needs to integrate itself?
Wayfinder itself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. So I have, as someone who's it's my 3rd year in the district, I've had a couple different curriculums. I prefer this much more than Character Strong. I think Character Strong is great for elementary school kids. I think Second Step has some qualities for both, but I think for me personally, I don't want to speak for everybody up here, but Wayfinder seems to be a really good fit for teenagers and young teens.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
What's Swiss?
What's Swiss?
Yeah.
It's a data collection tool that PBIS provides, and essentially, when we're documenting office, discipline referrals, it goes into the system and it can spit out, what time of day is most common where there's disciplinary issues, or what location on campus, or what is the most common type of infraction or whatever. So it's just a really helpful data tool.
And when you mentioned new data collection, was that on top of Swiss, or are you saying Swiss is the new data collection?
The form, we had to create a form for our end, so that one of our student services secretary can help us input that data into Swiss.
Gotcha. So that being new, is it because there was, again, was it just logistically too hard as far as like getting your data in, or were you finding gaps in it? Like, why did you have to overhaul it?
And both. I think there was definitely, you're going through the school year and it can be quite the marathon. And so having this very kind of intentional way of documenting things and inputting things has been helpful. It keeps us all accountable as well. Yeah, definitely.
There was a slide you showed where you said the black line was national average. What's the green line?
Green line is the 25th percentile. And then I believe it's
On the 75th.
Oh, okay.
It's up
I flipped
above.
them. Yeah, and the one above is the 75th.
Oh, there it is. It's right there. All right. The answer's on the page. I'm sorry. Few more. Your BLSU. Is it facilitated or moderated, or is it just like students have ideas?
I am the advisor. My goal is for it to become like majority student led, but they're middle school students.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of steering involved.
Yeah.
But my goal is for it to become completely organic from the students.
Yeah. I don't know. This is no longer about the BLSU. This is about Ralston and Wayfinder, all of that. But is there, with like your age group, is there a decent amount of like identity work, or is that something that maybe comes up later? Like, does it happen in Wayfinder? Would it happen in BLSU? Does it happen in homerooms?
I mean, we're trying to, that's a piece that we're working on everywhere. Last year, we worked on it through we did large presentations in PE so that we could hit all, 1,100 40 students that we have.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard for us to get that piece to all of our kids.
Right.
I am trying to use BLSU as kind of a platform for us to offer it to first to, I think, our students who really have a strong need for it. Our students of color who, they need to, everybody needs to figure out who they are, but in our society right now, I think especially for them, it's really, really important.
For sure.
And then to use that platform to share it with the rest of our school. So we're actually trying to get an assembly for all of our students from Youth Speaks, which is spoken word poetry, and use that as an avenue to create more thoughtful intentional identity for all of our students. Right now they told me they're not doing assemblies, but I'm trying to get them to do one for us. And that was something that came up through our BLSU. We have a fantastic parent who's been really supportive in finding lots of opportunities for us that start as in BLSU, and then we try and offer it throughout the school as well.
Gotcha.
And Wayfinder also supports identity. Like that's a big piece of the SEL.
And I just to add like a little bit, I think it's also happening very organically too, especially with as kids are figuring out who they are and what they want to be.
Yep.
I can tell you I have plenty of conversations throughout the week, throughout the day, where it is based in identity, and we're talking about what are our thoughts and our feelings about our identity, about other people's identity. And it's very it's fascinating to hear what their thoughts and feelings are, because they're so well connected to the outside world and what's going on, that I think it's happening at a very much like a grassroots, like basic level of it's conversation throughout the day, and it happens between teachers and staff. It happens a lot between students and students amongst themselves.
Yeah. Thank you for that one answer, and also just thank you as humans. The same work we're talking, I mean, it feels like at least we're talking about like race, ethnicity, color, gender. Do you have the same work going on or issues with that?
Yeah, we just didn't talk about that club specifically, but we have a club that's fully dedicated to supporting, it's called Saga, it's our Sexuality and Gender Alliance.
Yeah.
And it's moderated by numerous staff members at our school. I will share it's a very popular club. And I think they do it's monthly like meetings where they get together. It's really just providing a safe space to talk and to explore confidentially and privately, and knowing that there are not only students like them, but there are adults at our school and on our campus that are very supportive of helping them explore their identity and who they want to be.
We're also reaching out to the community to support that as well.
Yeah.
Outlet is, we're in talks with them to try and have them come on campus and provide another experience for students as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
In Northrop.
Thank you very much. Great presentation, great work that everybody's doing. You get an A+ for bringing food. Yeah, just a couple of questions. As I said, everything is great. I just specifically, so I'm a history teacher by training. So especially with the Black and Latino Student Union, I was wondering if they have said anything about the curriculum, and if there's anything that so I'm, again, I'm a history teacher, so I'm specifically thinking history, but of course, it could be throughout the curriculum. So I was just curious if they've said anything, or if they're interested in exploring the curriculum.
I have not heard that from the BLSU students. I'm also have a history background, so I feel pretty strongly about that. And I think that there's a lot of room for growth and to spread that throughout our curriculum.
Great, thank you. And then, just great work all around. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much for coming up here. Thank you for bringing the treats and bringing the students. I always like to see students and hear it directly from them. It's always a positive experience. and very close to what they're doing. So it's very, very good to hear that. So I realize, Ralston's a very big school, biggest in the district, of course, you have a lot of moving parts. So I commend you for bringing this all together. When I look at all these great programs you're showcasing, it looks nothing like the middle school I went to when I was young. I mean, there's so many great things, and, letting the children, explore who they are and go in different directions, so if they can focus on things, not just in the classroom, but outside the classroom, things that are going to help them out throughout their lives. So with so many of these great programs coming, it looks like you're adding things a lot, but then if you keep on adding things, then I'm sure some things are probably gonna get pushed out. And I'm wondering, what's your process to figure, it's like, here's this great program, but where do we put it and what has to fall off the table? Can you talk about like that?
You want to jump in? What you've been doing with some of the teachers and.
Yeah, I mean, so for instance, we've been doing a lot of work with the Marine Science Institute, and, I've had some feedback that it could potentially not fit into our curriculum for sixth grade. But it actually does. And I've talked to our district TOSA about that as well. And it actually wraps up exactly what we're supposed to be doing. So it's really finding a spot within the curriculum that it's going to fit into, number one. Also, we have to have buy-in, of course, from the teachers and from the students and the families. With this particular program, they're missing a day of school by going canoeing. It's a full day experience. So each class misses a day of traditional school. And then they also, when they go down to Water Dog Lake, they're missing another period. So, it's about balance, really, right? So to further explain that, when you bring in something new, you do have to make space for something else to go. There are trends. We're trying to stay up top on the trends that are going, where our kids can have the best opportunity to find what they like outside of that traditional curriculum as well, to really find where their niche is and do something passionate that they like, that hopefully they'll further that in high school. I'm an ex-science teacher. My whole thing was to hook kids on science when they're in middle school. They're going to have all that same curriculum when they go to high school. My job is to get them hooked on it so that they want to do that in high school and beyond.
I think with the clubs, sometimes they're the same, sometimes they rotate. There was a desire this year for chess. So we've got 70 to 85 students playing chess in the MUR on Tuesdays at lunch. So we brought in Bay Area Chess Club, and they were working with the students, and they really liked that. We've started Dungeons and Dragons Club. One of our parents is spearheading that. We're using 3 different rooms after school right now. So that's something they're really interested in. But there are some clubs that went away this year because there wasn't as much student interest. So we're listening to the students. I think what's great about the admin counseling team here is we're all really hands-on. We're on the yard all the time. We're really talking to students. They'll tell us what they really think about things. And the parents also will share their feedback as well. So we're using the feedback we're getting, and we're asking a lot of questions and figuring out what seems like it's going to fit, what doesn't, what do we have the bandwidth for.
I would say some of these things, actually quite a few of them came out coming back from COVID. And there was really a vacuum. There was a lot of things that, had to be kind of put to the back burner for a while we were online. So it's figuring out how do we kind of breathe life back into the school. And a lot of these programs did that. But then when it comes to bandwidth and figuring out, okay, this is a great idea. Who's gonna run it? Who's gonna run with this? And we find, you don't want to burn out your counseling team. We're finding parent volunteers, but these 3 right here are amazing, and they do champion quite a bit of it. But definitely trying to spread that out is something we're working on.
I was gonna say, I think part of trying to is hoping to get some of these things rolling so that they have some momentum, and then we can step back and then pick up another, it's like getting all the plates spinning, right? Once you've got it spinning, then you can get another one up. And part of that is, I think, also reaching out to more community partners. So we have a San Jose State intern right now. While we were sitting here, I got another email from a San Jose State intern asking if she could come, and that's like the entire, that's how we've been running, the wellness room this year. That's being run completely by interns. And so like the more people that we can welcome in, if we can get Outlet to come in and run a group, that's another group that can run without taking too much bandwidth from us.
And I just want to say, this is my first year at Ralston Middle, and I'm so impressed by just the student involvement. We had a dance club just pop up I think it was 2 weeks ago,
Yep.
that was in the MUR, and I was like, dance club, so I had to go check that out. I kind of, left my duty for a minute just to say, okay, how is this, functioning? And it was great. There were probably 20 kids, and I had seen the boys who were spearheading it out the day before, and I said, they were kind of perfecting their moves. I was like, clearly you all are dancers. And I said, yeah, well, we just started a dance club. You should come. So I did. And so it's really, it's great to see this after several years that we've had where, everything we just shut down. So it's like the kids are breathing life back into the school. So
You did get food. Would you like to show us?
We're still there.
Jacqueline's gonna volunteer.
I just also wanted to show my appreciation how you started out with the strategic plan, the 4 segments of that, and all parts of this focused on how it's great to see that a lot of work was done with that, but you're actually taking that and showing how it applies. So connecting those together. And I'm sorry that the students and culinary folks left, because I was going to say, when I was looking through the materials, I said, let's scan that QR code. And I said, oh boy, 368 pages is a lot of stuff. So I started scanning through and found a whole, what I love about this area is whatever cuisine around the world, you can find a restaurant for it. But there were some things and I love trying them, but there's some things this menu that I haven't tried. So let's see, the burfi, the flammkuchen, the khachapuri, fluffernutter fudge. That sounds good. The most interesting one that I can't wait to try is the spaghetti cupcakes.
Oh my
God.
Interesting.
Anyway, lots of good stuff in there. Thanks for putting that together, and please pass that along to the.
That's good. Spaghetti gets all rusty on that.
Nope.
I do not.
Cannot describe, no.
Bring it up.
You don't want a spaghetti cupcake. This was a great presentation. I really love that the kids were here. I really appreciate the integration with them. That's who we serve, right? In the end of the day. I had a question. I'm so impressed by the wellness programs that are here, the robustness. And my question was the pet therapy. Clearly we see the joy, like when it's been applied to senior citizens, certainly. It's so refreshing to see that was picked. I wanted to know one thing is, can you go a little bit more into the minute check-ins and specifically why 6th grade? But it does seem that there is a lot of touch points that don't have to be large counseling sessions. And I just wanted to get the thinking as a counselor team behind that, in addition to how the pet therapy kind of came about. And do you feel that those little touch points at different times through different ways kind of eases is the release valve for the kids? Or do you feel that that's successful and then they get referred maybe to longer ones? Or so can you kind of go in how is it enough? I guess I'm wondering, is it enough, these little check?
Everett can do enough, but we're certainly trying. And I think for me, the touch point is my first year in this district, but I've been doing this for about 15 years. And I think I speak for all of us when we tend to see kind of the same group of kids that are always struggling. And so these kids that are kind of on autopilot, you don't have a lot of touch points. And you don't know what's going on because they don't get referred to you, or they just they look like they're smooth sailing, but you don't know that, you're assuming that. So having these minute check-ins, they're not a minute, they're sometimes 5-10 minutes.
I was figuring maybe.
And, so you have these check-ins and you really learn a lot about these kids. They want to talk to you. So I have probably, established relationships with 20 or so kids at least that I probably never would have been in contact with had I not done this.
Great.
So for me, it's been really, really beneficial.
Kind of continuing that, thank you for that. Kind of continuing that thought. I like the part with the PBIS and getting them in and having that, like, the honest conversations. I can't imagine that they're kind of like that surprise, right, with their behavior. It could be like a call out for more or just recognition of something that's happening in their personal lives. But do you feel like the circle that they feel the trust is there? I mean, it's always, I guess, can be worked on, but do you feel, again, those honest conversations with them can happen and happen fruitful?
I'm gonna step in here before the administrator. And I just want to tell a story of a student today, who, when a teacher said, a teacher who never ever calls the office to need any support, runs his classroom beautifully, has great relationships with students, called and said, I need an administrator here. And the student who needed the administrator to be called, said, well, I really hope it's Miss Jorgensen because she's my friend. We're simpatico. So I really hope she's the one who comes down here. So I'm just gonna leave it with that. Because I think a lot of our at middle school, regardless of what the behavior is or why it's happening, I think we all need to be heard. And I think our, 11, 12, 13-year-olds often don't feel like they're being heard anywhere, right? In their lives, they have very little, they're getting to the point in elementary school, the kids are little, they want, adults to make decisions for them. They're not even considering like how to be autonomous very much at that point. And when they get to middle school, they start to really want that autonomy, but we don't give it to them yet, right? They don't get to make a lot of decisions in their lives. And that can feel a lot like nobody's listening. And I think our administrators are like really, really listen to our kids. And
I think one of my favorite questions I ask, and you hear it a lot when you're with me, do we look mad? No, we're not mad. We're disappointed that this happened, or we want to help you because we want you to learn from this experience. Middle school is like a bicycle with training wheels. We're training you to get ready for high school and the future. We know you're going to mess up here, and our job is to help you learn from those mistakes because we know that we're going to see a lot of them. We don't have the kids that are hugging our legs like in elementary school, and then suddenly in high school they mature and they're on top of things. We kind of have that tough area in the middle where they're going through puberty, the hormones are in there. So, part of that is that conversation too this week. Oh, you were curious about this. Well, you can go talk to Mr. Wilson or Mr. Clark instead of, so it's educating them. Yeah. And we also have to have, a good sense of humor about it too. They're kids. They're going to mess up and we're here to help them.
Yeah, I think that trust is it's the most important thing in our jobs, because if your first interaction with the student is to give them this consequence, you're forever setting up that relationship from that perspective. And so we make a really intentional effort of being out on the yard, checking in with students, seeing how they're doing, getting to know them in a way that's not just about school. And so when they do come in and there are those unfortunate times where they're sent in for discipline, we don't have to start from that place. We can start from, I know who you are. I know this isn't you. And so I think that helps.
I have to also say, being in our third year, we've seen these kids since sixth grade grow up in front of our eyes. And to see our students and to build these relationships with them as sixth graders, as seventh graders, and to see now it come to fruition as eighth graders, where they truly come to us and they say, hey, I messed up, sorry, whatever. But that wasn't the kid that we knew in sixth grade. It was, I didn't do anything. It wasn't me. They weren't telling the truth, but we built that trust and relationship over the years, and it's taken a lot of work, and we've taken a lot of horrible phone calls and so on and so forth. But the kids are on board. The parents are on board. They know that we're there to help, really, to support.
And just to close, I think we have different relationships with all different kids, right? Especially as we're all assigned to different grade levels. But I think if you generally asked every kid that they know that between the six of us, that there is at least 1 to 2 adults in their life at school that may not be a teacher, that do come from a place of caring and compassion, like Mr. Wilson was saying, like outside of school. We want to know who you are. We want to know what kind of person you are. And we really want to get to know you more than just what your grades are and what your behavior is. So I think that I can say with confidence that I would almost say, if not, like pretty much every kid would be able to say that one of us is a caring and compassionate adult that is not tied into their academics.
So, sorry, I have one other question, feeding back on you being out in the yard, which is do you feel you need to reimagine maybe the lunch or the downtime that the kids have? Meaning, what I mean by that is it sounds like you created the wellness room because there's pockets of loneliness maybe, or sense of belonging where maybe the kids go off and that's fine. They have their friends and their buddies, but they clicks, right? I just remember that from middle school, and it's a tough time, was for me, certainly. So I just wondered, is there a way to, have you thought of reimagining and how can we support you in that effort of reimagining those pockets and you're out there, but you're still a kind of like adults. Like, how do you foster more of a sense of belonging without maybe kids finding it in the wellness room? I think that's a great avenue, but
I think the avenue is, we hope, and will continue to be the hope, is through the SEO, right? When they are amongst each other in their classrooms. It's done in their homeroom period and in their first period where they are seen more frequently and for a little bit more part of the time. So I think that we're really leaning into the SEO curriculum and helping us be able to do that. And we also, as the year goes on, we do also run like social groups, kids who may feel lonely or may not have a place that we're not seeing and that aren't turning up into the wellness room or to the quiet spaces. And we're helping those kids get their social skills, try to help them find out what their interests are, right? Like actually connecting like to their pulse and who they really are. And I think from that gives us a lot of guiding light in terms of how can we help you? How can we make this a better experience for you?
And then it's just the clubs and the different groups.
Yeah.
Alan's running intramurals at lunch. We're doing flag football right now. We've got the different clubs. Today was a web event for our sixth graders. They met with their leaders and they designed a giant turkey and had all sort of glitter and feathers, and we're going to judge them tomorrow. All sorts of different things that pique different interests to get them in their little specialty groups who have ways that they feel comfortable.
thank you very much for all the hard work you're doing. I really appreciate it.
I have a handful of questions. So first a comment, thank you for your patience with the sinkhole. I'm glad we're almost there. I know that's been a big impact on the school, and the lack of the use of the field has been a problem. We appreciate your patience there. Tell me a little bit more about the staff wellness of efforts. Number one, how did you choose the ones that you came up with? And number two, how do you measure staff wellness?
I think a lot of it has been through conversation, through staff meetings, and also through surveys that have gone out as well. The feedback was that all of us needed to invest in staff. When I say all of us, I mean the entire staff had to invest. The wellness, we've heard that teachers are tired. They're burnt out. They're not spending as much time with their families. So we really wanted to implement, just for instance, the bingo card, where it was just something kind of fun, sort of different, and to be involved in something that you can do at home and, in your spare time or in your classroom, if you have a prep period or, before school, after school, whatever, just something kind of lighthearted and fun. How did we come up with those things? I think we just sort of brainstormed them.
Yeah, and I think they're interesting conversation pieces. Believe it or not, we hear them walk around talking about the bingo squares during the week. We do this every month about things they've done. So it's been great to hear it in passing, and then they come tell us what they've been up to. And again, just getting them together more. It's a really big staff of almost 80 folks. And bringing the classified folks together and our certificated. Next month, we are going to go do a little offsite. We're going to Belmont-Redwood Bowl. And actually, they were gracious enough to cancel their league that afternoon so that we could have our staff do something fun to bond. It's something we did our first year and couldn't do last year. They're excited. And I said to my custodians, we're going to just take out the trash and clean bathrooms. Do what we have time for on that Wednesday, because we want you to be there too. We want you to come bowl. We want you to come eat with us. So we're trying to include everyone and just get some happiness. I think the feedback from our staff has been that we've actually had a really positive climate and start this year for our staff. And that's big for our staff to be repeating this week after week. So we're really just trying to keep that momentum going, because that is a different shift than it's been the last 2 years. And we know that there's was new leadership, but we're all still together in year 3, and I think that's really helping.
And they
again,
love to come together and meet.
Yes.
They love that. They love to come together. and
As a
share.
member of the staff, whose wellness is being thought of. That was the number one thing that I wrote when there was a survey, like, what is one thing that can be done? I said, when you guys feed us lunch, that makes us feel appreciated. And I think it goes a long way to know that, our administrators are finding it in their budget. We are all aware that at the tech companies that you go to, they get fed all day, every day, snacks and everything else, and classes as faculty, as teachers and staff, we're bringing our lunch every day. We don't have time to even buy ourselves lunch if we wanted to. So the fact that usually when people are like, well, what can we do to make you feel better? It's everything you suggest is well, we don't really have a budget for that. So the fact that they went out of their way to actually say, yes, we will, we're literally putting our money where, our mouth is. You guys said you wanted lunch, we're gonna make it happen.
And you'll go back and do more surveys to see how things are going after the end of this year, because it sounds better. It sounds better.
It feels that way.
It feels
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The program Suit Up, how does a student become eligible to participate in something like that?
It's a good question. This is our first partnership with them. We decided, because of the activities that were happening with public speaking, with marketing, with leadership, that we had 110 slots. So that fit perfectly with those 3 electives. So I asked those 3 teachers and electives to come along. But we had such a good time yesterday, and we didn't even know it was their new hire event for the whole world. So our winning team, their coaches 2 were from England, one was from France, and one was from the United States. We met employees from all over the world. They all flew in for this event to volunteer and for other events to get to know all the new hires worldwide. So this is one of their bigger events. We want to do it again. It was a really good learning experience. The kids said it was a good use of their day. It was a minimum day yesterday. We didn't get back till 3. They were happy to be out and about and also see a company. A lot of the kids haven't seen that, especially some of our students that are going to be first generation college students. They haven't been in a corporation, and their building is actually quite impressive. So it was really exciting.
It's amazing how well that lines up with some of the discussions we've had around, figuring out how to get kids real world.
They got a lot of it very quickly yesterday.
Speaking of community boys, the selection process, it's hard to find good community partners. They're out there, but some of them fall a little short in terms of what they market, and some of them are above and beyond expectations. So tell me a little bit about your selection process, because I'm sure people are reaching out to you more than they necessarily match well.
I think a lot of it is from past experience from other school districts we've been a part of. Some of it are quality organizations we know about. So for example, the Girl Scouts reached out to us this year and said, could you host some lunch events where we can just get anyone who wants to be a Girl Scout or is a Girl Scout together to eat lunch? And there's a teacher who was a Girl Scout leader and a parent championing this. So we just did that. We're doing something for the Boy Scouts. They're doing their merit badge midway this year. They asked, could they use our space? We're doing that as a partnership and trying to build relationships. We're looking at other organizations to come in and support our kids with reading and writing and math and tutoring. So again, partnerships we've worked with before and other ones that we hear about, we kind of vet and see if it makes sense and get a feel for it when we meet with partners.
Got it. The PBIS implementation. So that's really interesting that the referral number year to year or referral number per day is low. That's good. How does that compare to prior years, and what are your trends been like? Because PBIS is something that takes years to implement well.
Correct. So this is the first year we're using Swiss, which gives us this crystal clear data. I will say that overall, it feels like the beginning of the year, there was some rockiness in 6th grade and some of those numbers were inflated and we're starting to see them go down, which is great to see. that November is, there's a caveat there. That was taken the first week of November. Like,
Terrible.
but no, I would say,
Actually.
I would say that's, you know, I wouldn't expect November. I would expect November to be the lowest so far. So, you know, we're seeing good things overall. One of the big shifts we did was specifically targeting what is called trash duty, campus beautification. We felt as a team that it really was not a restorative practice. It's restorative if it addresses the behavior. So if a student's littering, if a student's, you know, if there's like minor vandalism, like drawing on a desk, or if they're gum chewing and spitting out gum on the floor, it makes sense. And students connect that. Like, yeah, I did that. Okay, I'm gonna help pick up trash or whatever it might be. But if it's, I wore a hat in class, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to kids. And it's also just kind of a very lazy way to address behavior. It's, you know, I'm frustrated with your behavior. I'm just gonna, here's a trash duty, and kind of out of sight, out of mind. Instead of having those difficult conversations, sitting down, figuring out where's the harm, what happened in this situation, and how can we repair it? You wore your hat in class, you know, that's not your teacher has a rule about that. Let's go talk to them, figure out how can we go forward and make sure we're respecting those rules. And generally, you know, students, you know, we have one kid, he has to wear his beanie. That's the thing, it's a safety thing. We have the conversation with the teacher. Wow, I didn't know that about you. You can wear the beanie in my class, no problem. And so I think those or had a bad haircut.
Got a bad haircut this weekend and you don't want to come to school without that.
And so it takes time, right? It takes time to do those things rather than just, here's the consequence, you're gonna do it and we'll move on.
When you talk about the average referrals per day per month, is that indexed against the student number at the particular school? So if I'm at a really big school, my referral numbers per day are going to be up. If I'm at a much smaller school, they'll be down. I imagine Ralston's not the smallest school in the world.
Right. Yeah. It'd be interesting to look at per student. Obviously, at such a large school, that it's going to be a much lower number. But yeah.
But I think what was interesting is we saw, for example, there was one student making up 13% of the data. That told us we needed to look at other tiered interventions, and we needed to have some other strategies and really figure out what was going on. So that's something you can see from here too, which is
a lot of the data is actually validating feelings that you have, right? I really feel like, you know, this particular, you know, snack period on Wednesday, you know, it has more referrals. There are more issues than snack periods on other days. Well, it's 5 minutes longer. That makes sense. And so you're seeing kind of like what feelings you have are getting validated by some of the data. It's interesting to see.
That actually is a good transitional point to my next question, which has Swiss allowed you to provide the level of resolution to see perhaps biases in practices that promote referrals?
I would say absolutely. Yeah. I think historically disproportionate towards students of color. And so looking at ways to mitigate that, looking at alternatives to suspension, for example, the 2K program that we're working with is helping us figure out alternatives to, for example, vaping or something like that, where students go through a course learning about, you know, why this is not a great thing for them and for their peers. And that can be a consequence instead of a suspension.
Got it.
So
another data point is IEP versus no IEP. That's a question you have to answer when you're filling out the form in Swiss. We can see those trends too.
Got it. Awesome. Is this a tool that's widely available to the district, or is this one that is?
Local district is using it now.
All schools.
Yep.
Great.
So Chingpei can tell you more about it when you want to know more at a different time.
All right. Yeah.
Champion.
Okay. That's all I have. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I do, yeah. So with the same data you're getting, showing you kind of like biases in on the backside of the data, does it also show you biases in your people? Like, are you saying who is giving you the most referrals and do you do anything with that?
So last year, we calculated this data by hand and it was, it was not easy. But we were able to figure out, okay, this particular teacher is handing out this particular consequence a lot. Meet with them, figure out how can we address this? How can we solve or give you more tools in your toolbox? So that I think, to be honest, most teachers who are kind of thinking this, behavior, consequence, it's because they don't have the tools. And so figuring out who we need to talk to, who we need to sit down with, kind of explaining student perspective as well, I think is pretty important.
Do they know this is happening? Like, is it preventative? Like, do the teachers know that you're looking at this data in that way? Like, is it possible that I just don't send more referrals because I know that you're thinking about how many referrals I send?
That's always possible, yeah.
Yeah, but they're in charge of filling out the form. We're asking them, did you pick up the phone before you gave them a consequence? Talk to the parents, that's that community piece. So it's bringing them into it more too.
Yeah.
And then we're presenting it at staff meetings, so they're seeing the data. That's something new for us this year. So we're having conversations around it.
You're not saying that there's a consequence for handing out the consequence. You're saying that perhaps there's an adjustment to perhaps the modify behavior within the classroom as opposed to preventing people from handing out consequences.
Correct, yeah, to be preventative, I think is the goal.
Got it.
I wanted to add another thing too. Thank you for staying so late, sorry. But as you pointed out, for most of you, it's your third year in the district and at Ralston. And thank you for joining us. So I think that makes such a huge difference for our students. So thank you for staying with us. And we're the beneficiaries of your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have two quick things. I'll wrap up. I'll be really short. I just want to say thank you to our counselors. You guys create an amazing team. And I know a lot of the stuff that you presented tonight is the feel good stuff. But every time I'm at Ralston, I always hear one of your names said in some context or another. And I know. No, absolutely. It's always in positive, like help, right? And I know you guys have dealt with some challenging situations and some tough things with our kiddos. And I just thank you. That's the non-glorious side of the work that you do, and you all do so well at it. So thank you very much. And our admin, and I think this extends to you guys as well. Just the culture of the yes culture, right? I think it's a lot easier to say no. No, I don't want to deal with. No, we don't have them. No, we don't have the roof. No, you guys are just saying yes. Like, yeah, you want a dance team? Figure it out, right? And we can support you. So thank you for always saying yes. And now you guys got to get to bed because you have a early morning tomorrow.
We're gonna attend a for 7 a.m. conference at Central tomorrow morning.
Can I make a suggestion that we take like maybe a 5-minute? Yeah, that would be helpful. Stop floating our back teeth kind of thing. Okay. Okay, reconvene this session at 9:05. We are on to item number 14, which is an action item, Godby Research Project Revenue Measure Feasibility Survey.
Great. Before you tonight is a Godby research proposal for the district to move forward in surveying our community around the feasibility of a revenue tax measure or revenue bond measure, I should say. As you know, we've been working through our facility master plan. In parallel, we're processing the idea of potentially looking at a bond measure. The Godby research would be facilitating that outreach to our community to test the waters, to inform a decision for the board in the future, should we wish. This is simply a proposal for us to move forward in crafting that survey. We would, of course, reach out to the board and share additional details once that gets developed. So the recommendation is to approve the proposal from Godby Research to conduct a revenue measure feasibility survey as presented.
Can I ask a couple things?
I think it's Northrop's turn to.
Yeah.
Cool. Wait your turn, buddy.
Yeah, of course. I didn't see this.
No, I don't know. All right.
No, I yield to you.
Oh, thank you. When it says renewing the district bond program, so this is not a feasibility study for the something like facilities master planning. It's a different kind of bond program. Or
Yeah, so bonds typically are used for facility improvements. It's the way to districts generate revenue to develop their facilities outside of their general fund. We're doing the facilities master plan. Inevitably, that's going to come up with X million dollars of needed improvements, desires, wishes. And this research proposal will reach out to the community, see what it's possible for us to possibly generate. And the board will determine whether or not to move forward as appropriate.
Okay, so when you say renewing, it's just like since the last time that it was initiated, the bond program.
So when so renew our bond program, we have completed our bond program. We have no dollars remaining in our bond program. With the facility master plan, we have to consider steps for that.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of us going forward with this proposal. Just for community members who may be listening. I do appreciate that we have worked with this firm before and that their survey results have indicated a percentage likely to support a measure. And they have successfully predicted the outcome of the elections. There is a margin of error in their sampling, but I think almost all of the time the election results have been within that margin of error. So I'm confident in this firm. And then also just for, again, members of the public who may be listening, they do a sample. It's not going to go to all the voters. It's not going to go to half the voters. It is going to be a sample of voters. However, we do want feedback from the entire community on the facilities master plan. So there is that separate survey which everyone can answer.
Essentially, we have two things running in parallel. We have a facility master plan track that we're looking for feedback on improvement ideas. And alongside of it, we're planning. So if we decide there's something that we really need to do or want to do, we have the means to do it in parallel.
Linebacker, you okay?
Mr. Bruno? Okay.
Well,
Can I see a motion on the item number 14?
move that a board approves the proposal from Gubby Research to conduct a revenue measure feasibility survey as presented.
I second the motion.
All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it. The measure or the motion passes. Moving on to item number 15, strategic plan update. This is a
Info item.
information items presented by Assistant Superintendent Ching Pei.
Hello. So we're going to hear more about our strategic plan. We are going to talk about all 4 components. I wanted to give you a brief update on belonging and inclusion and promoting community engagement. I mean, we could talk forever about all 4, but things are happening across the district and all departments in all 4 areas, but really we're focusing in on those 2 components. You heard a lot from Ralston regarding our work through belonging and inclusion. We are really focusing in through our SEL work. We do have Wayfinder in 3 through 8 and second step in all of our TK2 classrooms. What's generally happening is that teachers are teaching a weekly lesson for about 30 minutes, and our counselors at each of the sites are popping in between 1 to 3 times a month, and they do follow-up work. And what they do with the students can vary depending on what they're seeing in the classroom lessons, what they're seeing on the playground, what they're seeing from the Sabres, My Sabres data, what they're seeing from the office referrals. And that's really kind of a just in time what's appropriate. So what might happen in one classroom at one school is necessarily going to be different from somewhere else. But ultimately, the counselors are working with Kristen to make sure we have a tailored systematic approach, while the teachers are really implementing the curriculum on the ground. Now that they've had the curriculum for a while, we spoke earlier in the year about how training isn't a one and done. We've given you the curriculum, we now figure it out on your own. We do need them to have a little bit of time to get used to it, to have the next level of questions. So Kristen's following up with a round of survey of what do you want more of, right? We can provide additional training and supports from our internal team as well as from the vendors. Wayfinder is very hands-on in providing support. So once we get a sense of what folks want or need, the trainers are able to come back out and pop in, either host more afternoon sessions or actually go into classrooms or do release. I mean, so lots of different options. We're really just trying to get a lay of the land right now of what people want. You heard a lot about PBIS. Yes, lots of questions. And yes, also I was the county trainer for PBIS. When I was at the county office, I am actually the only Swiss facilitator in the area. I think there's a second one in San Mateo County now, but I'm the one who does all of the Swiss training for anybody who wants it. Nobody's using it except for us at the moment. But Swiss is fantastic. It stands for School-Wide Information System. It is part of PBIS. We've got the tiered triangle for you. This is a visual that you've probably seen a lot of. I like this particular image the best because it helps people remember that when a child receives a tier 2 or tier 3 support, they don't go from 1 to 2 to 3. They're getting everything in universal and then some, right? It's the whole idea that all of these are supplemental and additional. And when we are looking at our plan for implementing within the district, we have had PBIS kind of up and running, kind of with fits and starts since before the pandemic. And I want to say 2015, when I was at the county, I trained the Ralston staff. However, PBIS is a living system. And if you don't take care of it, it's kind of like a plant, it will die. You can slap posters up on the wall, but if you don't look at the data regularly, if you don't talk about your expectations, if you don't adjust for your current context, it's just wallpaper that nobody ever pays attention to. And so last year we did a full round of reinvigorating tier 1, so that everybody is universally applying tier 1. Everyone gives the TFI on a regular basis, tiered fidelity inventory. As Patrick was saying, it's a self-reporting of how things are going, but we also utilize Jacqueline and Kristen as external coaches because sometimes self-reflection isn't the most accurate. So there are other components that we add to it. So in 23-24, we're going to pull all the folks back together. We just did our first round of tiered fidelity inventories at all of our sites, along with coach walkthrough, so we can do the external monitoring and the internal monitoring. We're going to be establishing the training sequence for the rest of this year. Some of our sites are already ready to start planning for tier 2. some of them think they're ready for tier 2 and aren't quite. There's a piece of PBIS is a very structured system. It is systematic in its rollout. The University of Oregon has tons of free materials, and we go to the annual conference. It is really important to have the foundational elements before we add the next layer. So I do hold the reins a little more tightly, because I want to make sure when we add the second layer, we are successful. We're going backwards, sorry. So for this year, everyone's going to get their next level of training. Some are going to be planning for tier 2. In 24-25, some will be implementing tier 2, and some will be planning for tier 3. And by 25-26, all sites should be at a full tier 2 implementation and planning for tier 3 supplemental supports. This is the goal. The TFI completely outlines. Until you've done these things at 70% fidelity, we don't let you do the next things. And you have to maintain 70% fidelity in these components. Otherwise, we pull you back, because really kids are really smart. If you don't have a strong tier 1 system and you try to put me into a tier 2 and you hold me to different expectations than everyone else, it's not going to work, because I know nobody else has to do it. So really, me being stringent and holding the reins tight is about setting our sites up for success and sustainability. That's what's going on with PBIS. We've done a lot of work with our Collaborating for Families. I think you heard from, who was up here? Somebody participated yesterday, I can't remember. Oh, Sabrina was in the Prop 28 steering committee, and April joined us as well. We are really, really wanting to engage the families. It is a steering committee to look at the data. You'll see that I sent out the reminder today to ask for more input. I will keep sending that out, because, people don't have time to do surveys. If I didn't catch them at the right moment, they're going to say, oh, I'll come back to it. So I'm just going to keep it top of mind so we can keep collecting data. Right now we have 175 respondents, which in a district of 4,000 is fairly low. But just to give you a sense, we usually get between 150 and 200 responses when we do LCAP surveys. So really, this is kind of in line with the population that participates. We're just trying to broaden that a little. This is just a reminder of our timeline. We are going with a really aggressive timeline. We are hopeful that the state will actually release the money for us, and we can come to you guys in March with a plan to say, of our $450,000 that they're going to give us, we would like to spend it on X, Y, or Z based off of the committee. So I don't know what that's going to be. And going backwards, you can see that we set the purpose yesterday. We're going to start diving into the data in December. In January, we're going to align what people kind of threw out as possibilities from the data with our existing strategic plan. Then in February, before we come to you, we're going to really look at the possibilities and what's actually feasible. Right, there is pie in the sky brainstorming, which we want to do right now, before we put the confines of how much money and how does that actually work, and what's the feasibility of it. But I don't want to stifle people's creativity just yet. We've also put together several different education series for parents, for parent ed. So we've started this is tiny, I know, but we've started our ed executive functioning series. We had one in October. We'll have another one in February and another one in May. We've got some longtime experts who have worked in different self-biz down in Southern California working with us. The next one is about supporting diverse learners. So thinking about supporting kids with dyslexia, supporting kids who might have autism. Those are longer ovals, partially because we know the general week, but we don't have the exact dates settled yet, but we're aiming for those times. And then we also have an SEL parent ed series that is going to be happening in January and March, centered around positive parenting. And so just so you can see visually, we're trying to do something one a month, so we don't overburden people, but we also don't go so long without having something that's appropriate. And some folks are going to be interested in it all. Some are going to focus more on the neurodiversity or positive parenting.
Mm-hmm.
Questions?
Hey. They gave me 450,000. Is that going to be annual?
It's a rough estimate. It is annual. So Prop 28 is a ballot measure. It means money will be coming in perpetuity. The dollar amount can change unless there's another ballot measure and the people of California say no more, none of this.
So it's figured on per.
It's a per pupil estimate, and the best numbers that we have right now say we're going to get about $112 per child. And the dollars are intended to be supplemental, not supplantive. Just to give a rough sense, I mean, like, it sounds like a ton of money, but right now, School Force, thanks to our community donations, School Force gives us almost $600,000 just to support arts and music. So $450,000 for 4,000 students really isn't gonna stretch that far. Like, we're happy to have it, but it's not a windfall.
The brainchild behind that parent education, what is it called? Parent education series is great. I unfortunately am always something that's happened, but I'm like, I love the topics.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, right? With parent ed, we want to make sure the topics are relevant. We also want to think about like what time is convenient. So we kind of choose different days of the week. We try to do it over Zoom because then at least people can cook dinner and listen.
Is it recordable? Is that something that you could look into?
That's something we can certainly look into. We would have to check with our providers because with the exception of the social emotional learning, which is going to be led entirely by Kristen, everything else is being provided by outsiders. So, I mean, that then becomes something that we have to check with them, but we can certainly look into that.
Great.
I have a couple questions. So going back to the PBIS and also SEL issues, during some of the brown bag lunches, teachers I'm hearing there's a lot of fallout from the pandemic and that lack of social emotional learning for especially the younger kids that weren't in preschool and they're just kind of going through. I'm wondering, have you modified the PBIS system just to focus on these kids who have lost that? And then also, are you seeing, maybe it's too soon to tell any metrics because the system's new, but are you seeing a decline where it's starting, these kids, where the kids who were kind of lower on that scale, are they catching up at this point?
So a couple of answers. Yes, we are. PBIS is meant to be flexible and tailored to your local context. It is about teaching kids explicitly what to do in certain situations and how to handle unexpected situations. And it goes hand in hand with the SEL and explicit teaching around. First of all, I mean, there's a lot to SEL that's about understanding yourself and your identity, but then it's also about where you fit in and how do you have those conversations and how do you handle difficult conversations. That absolutely fits in with PBIS, right? The basic tenets in a tier 1, I'm pausing only because I don't know if I want to give you all of this information all at once because it's late, but there are 6 basic components within a tier 1 universal implementation. There is personalization, but we have to be careful that we don't personalize so far that we commit what we lovingly in the world of PBIS call a fatal mutation. Sometimes we try to tailor and tweak things so much that now we're not following the actual research-based, evidence-based practice of teaching the explicit, acknowledging the explicit, praising, and then giving the acknowledgement system, right? So yes, we've done some tailoring, but it's really more important that our SEL curriculum and our teachers are working with our counselors to teach in the moment. We've got the curriculum that teaches the explicit skills, but as things rise, we have to respond to them then and there. And I think we've talked a lot about it's okay if you're not on pace with your academics. If we're spending more time building relationships and teaching kids how to handle the unexpected, it will catch up later, and it's worth the going slow to go fast. So we address that's really what we have to be okay with not going as fast in math because we're spending more time teaching kids how to play together and how to talk to one another and how to share goods. And if we can develop that routine, the rituals and routines and kind of expectations that as a community in our classroom, this is how we function, the academics are going to come. And I think a lot of the times our teachers aren't willing to let go of the academic pace. Right. And they don't, not because they're so rigid, but because they feel like that's what we're asking of them. And we keep trying to say to them, take care of the child. We are looking at the whole child, socially, emotionally, behaviorally, academically. So you can't keep pushing on one if one is needing more. We do have to put more time and energy into one of the 3 prongs in your MTSS triangle. So it was a long answer. So yes, there's some tailoring, but we have to be really careful that it's not so tailored that now we've gone askew.
On the 28. So I understand 112 is the estimate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious, what might cause that to go up now? Like, is it from the state general fund? And then what factors would contribute to more or less than that?
I mean, it's coming from the state general fund, right? So while the money can't go away, they're gonna give us some allocation. The amount is gonna be entirely dependent on what the state budget looks like on an annual basis.
Oh, so based on tax revenues that they get and how much is it, and there's probably like a certain percentage allocated, and the more.
I'm not sure what the calculation was. The initial estimate
And
was
what kind of
800 million and $1 billion,
up or down?
right? So like they've allocated $1 billion for this first go around to split amongst all of the students in the state of California. And I honestly don't know if it's a percentage but it wasn't, it's not a special line item tax on your property tax bill.
Yeah.
So it comes, right, it's just out of the general budget.
And are there other factors, like with LCFF?
They have not released that yet.
It's students.
Right.
Affected.
We don't-
Is there anything our district that would count for or against ours that may not count for against?
Unknown at the moment because the state hasn't released how they haven't released what the audit guidelines are. They haven't released what the actual allocation is. They haven't released if there will be any concentration funds for certain populations or not. So it really is a rough $112 that we're working with, and we just don't know. We want to make sure we have a plan. So let's say they do give us money, and let's say our steering committee wants to hire people. We want to be able to get that approval in March and post in March to hire at the start of the hiring season and not be twiddling our thumbs and not have a plan and then come July, August, try to hire when there's already nobody left.
I appreciate you being very proactive in that schedule with the compressed.
It's very compressed.
So it's, I appreciate that. So, and then as far as the money, I understand, supplant versus,
Supplement.
So we have on our staff, we have some dedicated, like music or other teachers that are dedicated to the arts. And there's other staff that part of their program, whether it be in a classroom, or part of it's there. So how do you see, maybe it's too soon to tell, but how do you see, we have choices of, hiring another music, teacher, hiring another art teacher or something, or we could say,
I think it's a little too early to say, because I do think with anything that's public dollars, and I am a little Pollyanna about this, same thing with like the LCAP. I think it's really important to wait until we have at least given people a chance to voice their thoughts. Our steering committee is going to read through every comment, every piece of data. We're going to look at what the trends say. We're going to look at where the community really values. I mean, for those of you who saw the survey, you saw that there's like 15 different kind of ideas that we pulled out of the VAPA standards. And we asked people to rate 1 through 10 from don't teach it at school to this is critical learning at school. So we can get a more refined understanding of where people fall in terms of the certain priorities. Because I mean, just quick look, there's a lot of things that are falling in, 7, 8, 9. We can't all be at a 7, 8, 9. We're not going to be able to do a whole ton, but waiting to see what the data says, where the community wants to go. One of the basic questions I asked was, are you more interested in having the district explore expanding what it's existing or looking to something new? At last check, it's completely split. It's like that's not a helpful metric at the moment. Because it's like the homework question, half too little, half too much, right? Like, so we'll see where that goes. And we will likely have secondary questions that we want to push out to the community once the committee gets their hands on what the families are saying.
Well, thanks for entertaining my questions. I understand. There's information coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's all important and it really is going to be dependent on what the community wants. And we will match it to the strategic plan. So it's a tight timeline. Talia, Sabrina, and I are going to be doing some homework on think of us as Gilbert and Lana. Doing the work on the back end, using our time really efficiently. We have the hour together and then doing more homework on our end so that we can try and keep to this timeline. And if we need to add more meetings or we need to go a little slower because people aren't, then we will, but.
better to do it right.
Yeah.
So, our March meeting will get kind of a presentation.
Hope.
Do we, most things are, do we expect any touch points between now and March to give updates or?
Well, yeah, I mean, my overall thought, we can certainly do more touch points through here. We could do it through the weekly updates. Generally, what I like to do whenever I do anything like this, that's broad, is I like to give community updates periodically of, hey, we had 2 meetings and here's what we've accomplished so far. So those will go out to everybody too, not just a small subset.
Certainly, we can share peeks into the data with the board and make sure you are able to read through all that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna wrap my head around. So like strategic, right? This is up here and I'm looking at it, but I'm curious. When you said in the tiers before moving up, you can operate at 70% fidelity. What does that mean?
Within PBIS's structure, there are evaluation tools that we use to self-evaluate, and there are 22 items in tier 1 that we look at. We look at the teams, we look at the implementation, we look at the basic components, we look at our ability to evaluate, and we rate ourselves on a 0, 1, 2 scale of not at all, in process, or totally sustainable. And out of those total points, we're aiming for 70%. The goal used to be 80% in order for you to see difference, but as you know, PBIS has been around for a while now. So as the body of data grows, they're realizing that at the 70% mark, we are able to see enough of a change that you can feel it amongst the kids. The goal is still 80%.
What do you think you are right now?
I think generally speaking, our sites are hovering at the 50 to 65% on tier 1. With small tweaks, they'll be ready. I really do think, I would say about half of our sites are ready to start planning for tier 2.
And sorry.
No, the key though is you don't just get to 70% once and it's not like I've met the metric and that's it. It is a constant living, breathing practice.
What happens in practicality when you need to be? Like, and this is where I think maybe I'm still trying to picture at the ground level. You've got a student or students who need tier 3.
Yeah.
But I see you saying tier 3 is 25, 26.
Yeah.
What's happening today?
So there's the systems approach, and we're taking our time to set the groundwork and lay the foundation to improve our system so that we can support most students, so that we can minimize over identification. However, there's the reality that there is always going to be the firecracker child that comes from who knows where and needs who knows what. And that's where we have, thankfully, a robust system of support. We have mental health therapists. We have Paulina and her entire team. We have the best manager with BTs, BTAs, and supports that get put into place as students need it. Now, what we don't want is for every difficult child to be treated as a fire drill in an absolute emergency, because that works against our system's work. But the supports are there for the kids who need it. It's this long-term process of building capacity and teaching folks that you do have the skill and the wherewithal to support a lot of the work in the classroom.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. For the Arts Fund survey, which I just clicked on again, just to see. I think Superintendent DeGuara suggested with the facilities master plan that parents could sit with their kids and do it. Would you recommend that for the arts, or is there other plans to capture student feedback?
Funny that you ask, because this is what I was thinking about in maybe TMI in the shower this morning, because one of the pieces, we had an unexpected student show up last night, which was actually great because we do need to include our student voice. So I've been thinking for a little, it's been a little bit of a crazy day, so I didn't spend much time thinking about it. I'm not sure that the survey as it is written for students, but I would like to put out a student survey that I think we will send through the schools. And I will most likely tailor it so that there's an elementary version and a middle school version so that they can have, different number of questions, different kind of vocabulary, and then ask the teachers to put it out so the kids can do it. But
that sounds great.
I'm trying to wrestle with is for the younger kids, does it make more sense to have the teacher ask the kids a few questions and submit a survey for their class?
Sure. Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. And then, sorry, I think the parent education series is great. I love that. Thank you. Just with the arts committee, I love that as an example of the collaboration with families. I think starting with the strategic plan last year of that being such an outreach to the community. I think if there's an opportunity for us to have regularly committees that of course not everybody can be a part of, but that people know, oh, there is a committee that's happening and they see that email that says if you're interested in joining. I think that does so much for building community, but also having parents feel like they do have a voice. They have a voice, and that they should support their child's education, both at home with their child and through supporting school force and PTA. And I think that's it. Thank you very much.
I just have one question. Swiss, what's your sense of how well that and widely that's being adopted so far in its rollout?
So every school but one has a Swiss license this year. That school is coming online this year. There was a little going on and we made a strategic plan not to add it last year, which is fine. Every other school is at least in year 2 of utilizing it. Sandpiper is probably taking the lead with solid data for 3 years. It's a slow process. One of your questions to Patrick was determining the form. So that's actually part of your PBIS Tier 1 training of how am I creating my acknowledgement system, but also how am I creating my office discipline referral process? And every site does it a little bit differently. Some have chosen paper copies because really realistically having a pad of paper actually is still the easiest way to jot down real quick and send it to the office whenever you need to. Ralston is choosing to use a hybrid version because they have some techie folks who would rather do it on a form, and it doesn't really matter. Whatever works for the school works. But part of that creation is as a staff team determining when is something a minor problem that is dealt with in the classroom, when is something a repeated minor that goes to the office, and this differs a little at middle school versus elementary, and when is it a major that needs to go to the office immediately? And then amongst that, when it is a minor that is handled in the classroom, what is my menu of options so that I am responding at the correct level of severity? So that I don't ignore the fact that there was a fist fight and think that I can take care of it and not tell anybody. And I also don't send the kid to the office for detention because they forgot a pencil. And you think those are crazy examples, but those actually happened when I was a principal. Like those were the pieces that we really had to spell out. You'd think that if a kid threw a fist, the 3rd grade teacher would know to send them to me immediately. So those are the conversations that our principals and at some sites the assistant principals who are leading PBIS are having with their PBIS team for planning purposes, but then they take it back to their staff meeting and get input from everybody. The other component is it's really important not just to have the teachers be part of the conversation. So we train our staff to really bring in classified voice, whether that's holding separate meetings when they are free or paying them to be in attendance because they don't typically stay for staff meetings, but they do need to be part of the PBIS conversation because it's the whole community. So Swiss is getting more widely used as they're improving upon their ODRs. And the piece is really helping our staff understand, share the data that you have. Even if you don't think it's complete, share the data that you have and share with your staff what you're doing with that data. Because that's where they see, oh, wait, that doesn't mirror what's happening. Maybe I need to start turning in my data. Or, oh, that really is reflective and look at all the things that you're doing because of, right? So really the sharing of the data, incomplete or complete, is important in changing practice so that we can be more responsive. It does allow us to really look at time, location, gender.
Yeah, I mean, the resolution piece is unbelievable.
Yeah. I love it. And it's cheap. I was thinking about it. It's $250 a site per year. Really cheap for the power.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Okay, cool.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay, do you want to item 7B here at this point?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, so let's pull up item 7B, which was the oh, Mr. Cos's.
So I'll just preface, if you don't mind, trustee Cost.
Yeah.
7B as a whole, it's a first read. And I believe in talking with trustee Cost, he had a couple of questions or things that he might like the board to deliberate before the policy gets finalized. I don't know if tonight's probably not the deliberation night, but at least maybe sharing background of what you'd like the board to consider.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. So one of the ones was the governing board elections one, which
one is that?
It was,
It's a bylaw.
it's a bylaw.
9,000 something,
Right,
91.
yeah, right there.
Oh, 1920.
So if you scroll down, it's about how to propose doing elections, and obviously we're doing elections by trustee, but if you go to the one titled tie, or board elections, I'm trying to keep going down. No. Oh yeah, there it is. Tie votes in board member elections. So the district leadership has put as the one to adopt option one, tie decided by lot. Whenever a tie makes it impossible to determine which of two more candidates have been elected to the board shall immediately notify the candidates who received the tie votes and determine the winner by lot. In essence, if it's a tie, it's, the names are gonna go into a hat or Rochambeau or something to this measure. And my whole thinking on this and seeing what's going on in local and national elections is that while this might be rare, I think this is, I don't think I'm advocating for a runoff. Reason is because as candidates go through this process, which is a long and deliberate process, and they put time into it, that the voters are voting for them, and whether it's just 2, 3, 4, especially if it's 2 or more, then it should be up as well intended as the board is. Who I think certainly not for the ones where they certainly for the ones where they're in the election process, that it should be in accordance with the law, which is like the voters should have a say or to elect their candidate. They've gone to the ballots, they've gone to the booths, they've sent it in. And I don't think that we're doing the community a favor by making that decision for them. I don't think we have that right. So I'm just putting it up there that I would advocate, want to know why the district leadership, what the rationale behind their selection was, but I would also say that I think it merits discussion because I would lean to have it go back to the voters. But again, that's the point of view at this stage for that one.
So I believe this is consistent with our current policy. It is not a change from our current policy. When we go through CSBA, they put all the options back in. I believe this is consistent with our current policy. If we were to go to a runoff, the district would be responsible for funding that election, which is costly. I'm going to say tens of thousands of dollars that would come that would come from our general fund.
Could be a couple $100,000.
But also, if you have 2 candidates, it just doesn't do anything. Like we had 3 when it was just one large district. When we go to 5, I don't know that. I guess it could be more people, but it also might be less people. But there's just 2. In the next election, if 2 people run for each district available, that's as many as we had when it was always one district. So I was saying if you're spreading out to like less candidates coming from smaller areas, you might only have 2 people going for section 4. Runoff as a concept doesn't do anything if there's only 2.
No, not if there's only 2.
But what? So if we're
not if there's only 2 from the beginning.
I do like David's point. If there were, say, 3 candidates who ran, and I'm just making up numbers, first and second tied with 3,000 votes each. And for third place had 2,000 votes. Then I would consider
Because
writing an election.
the
Yeah.
ones who voted for the third.
Yes,
$200,000.
not 200,000. We need to know what the,
Yeah.
I think Dan said tens of thousands.
I know, it could be up to a couple $100,000 to run an election.
Yep.
If nobody
Yeah.
else is doing that with you, you
But in
pay the entire cost of
But in
the.
a smaller area.
No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like you pay the county for that cost of running that election.
You pay for all the
Staffing and accounting.
printing, you pay for all
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
distribution, you
Like
pay for all
normally
the
it's
staffing, you
Right
pay for
throughout
everything.
all the interested
Yeah.
parties that are running elections.
Gotcha.
Would be on the hook for the entire special election.
But we're going to area elections, so it would only be 5,000 voters.
How
So
often has it-
I would like the additional information to see how much it would cost.
Well, you don't know if it was only that area, it's gonna be a lot. And you don't know if there's gonna be multiple on a special or not, so it gets divvied up. But it's a big cost over there than just a coin flip.
I'd like to hear from Sam and then I'll continue my point.
Okay, well, you can run the meeting next time. Go ahead.
Yeah, so November election, this would happen. And well, let me back up one step. It's extremely, extremely, extremely rare that it would be a dead out tie.
Exactly.
I mean, even though there's like 5 people, that are, just 5,000 citizens and not even all those are voting, so maybe it's more likely being by district. But extremely rare. This did happen, I think, a year or two ago up in Richmond or something.
It almost happened right here, right?
Yeah, but it is extremely, extremely rare. And to the point, we do have the November election. If that was a tie, then we'd have to either do a special election, which would be only us, or maybe I think there's like a March time. And there's certain times of the year when you can do this. You can't just pick any day.
I actually think there's a statutory time frame.
Yeah.
Where it has to be run.
Right.
Yeah, you don't just wait till the next.
Yeah, and in that case, it's really all on us. And I remember when we were talking to ballot measures, when we were running those, they said if you run it, this election is this much, this election is, and in one case, it was, I thought, $250,000 if we needed to run our own thing.
Right.
For the whole district. Of course, it'd be smaller for that, but still, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
But my personal opinion is if you have an election and you have 1,000 people vote here, 1,000 people vote for candidate B, then both of those are equally qualified. They're equally qualified. And if you vote again, like I heard, then why would you get a different result? But let me finish. I was waiting. So in that case, I don't think it's worth the money, and I think the results would be essentially the same. And if you have 2 equally good candidates, then that's the reasonable result. It's been done before, and I that would be the direction I go, is to keep it at option 1. Done.
Go ahead.
I would say that I would want us to, looking at it, I think it says for each election, one of our options is that we option 3, thank you, that for each election, the board shall decide right there before the election happens. So I believe that would mean if we see that there are 3 candidates on the ballot,
You scroll down to option 3.
if we see that there are 3 candidates, 3 or more candidates on the ballot, we could say, okay, in this situation only, 3 or more candidates for 1 trustee area, in the situation only, and we ask the elections office what the price is and say that it's only 5,000 voters, right? For previous ballot measures, when we asked the elections office about running an election, it was to be to all of the BRSSD voters, right? So I think there's a significant savings. Anyway, so I think we could then have that discussion. I think, yes, if it's 2 candidates, then we're putting more burden on everybody. But I think if there's 3 candidates and the top 2 tie, I want to give those voters who voted for the 3rd candidate a chance to choose their favorite. It's like having a primary.
But it's not though. I mean, you had your chance to elect your candidate. And if they tie, a tie is a tie. What does it matter? You know, flip a coin. It doesn't cost you anything and you end up getting one of the two qualified candidates for a top anyway.
But that person may not have actually gotten a majority of the vote.
No, but
So-
it's exactly that. There was a tied vote, so there is no majority.
Majority.
I know.
And
I'm
maybe
so
someone's
sorry.
sick on the election day, and that's the same thing as a toss of a coin.
Yeah. It's a big cost. I hear what you're saying, and if money was no object, that would be a reasonable thing to do. But money is an object, and you're talking about the cost of an employee to run a new election. And we've never heard any feedback around the size of the election. It's choosing to do a special election that cost you tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. If we can ask the county what that would be if that was the theoretical case. But that has been our consistent feedback, that if you're on it by yourself, and another reason why when everybody went to even elections and not even and odd and even and odd, is it decreases the cost of running elections for everybody. And think about the candidates. Now you've asked the candidates to then go out and campaign more. It's a lot of money to campaign. And so now you're putting the burden on those people to spend extra time doing that. I don't know. I mean, the cost to the candidates and the cost to the district, to me, is out of proportion with the benefit. I'm not seeing it, but
I have two questions / proposals. One, do we have any say on how the election is counted or taken? Like, could we do ranked choice voting if we had 3 candidates? Can we tell them to do that on the front end? But then it would never happen.
What I think is the case is that you have to decide before you run your election how it's going to be run.
Do we get to actually make that choice for the county, or do they?
I don't know what that would be the case.
If it could be done, then this would literally never happen because that's how this was designed. So you could say
Not if there's 2 candidates running. There's no ranked choice if there's only 2 running.
Okay, I thought we agreed that if there were 2, then we agree that by lot is fine, and if there were 3.
I don't think anybody agreed that. I think we just.
That's not agreed. The conversation we're having right now, I mean, we're representing these 2, right, is they're actually only talking about when there's more than 2. And I'm saying if there's more than 2 and we do ranked choice voting, there would never be a tie for the 2.
If I could,
like we're making it over.
statistically.
But I'm saying the scenario we're talking about.
Okay. Statistically, it's very rare.
Agreed.
And it's gonna be even more rare in a by trustee area election to have 3 candidates running in the same area.
I'm actually not disagreeing with that. I'm saying on the front, there's no extra cost. If we had to say on how they counted in the first place, we actually don't need to talk about extra cost anymore because it would never happen. So I agree with that it's almost impossible. I agree completely. I'm also saying if we had to say hey, county, could you count it this way? We're actually just kind of at the end of the conversation. For a thing that's never gonna happen anyway. It never could happen. And would not cost us anything because it can't happen. Am I being unclear?
I'll ask the question.
Question 2
I heard.
is could the board break a tie?
Did the board break a tie?
Basically appointing, like in the case of a tie, could you appoint?
That possibly could be done if we put it into our bylaws, but.
We'd have to also look at ed code, I think.
Yeah,
That's what I'm curious about. If that's a possibility, it just gives us the ability to represent the voters, and we were chosen to represent the voters, and they've already spoken at a tie.
Yeah, but then you're really introducing bias that would be the bias of the board rather than the voice of the voters.
But it's not $200,000, and we represent the voters.
Why not just flip a coin then? Because
I'm not even. Yeah, I'm putting options on the table. I think it'll never happen, and the rare time it ever does, we can maybe vote on it. I don't know about the cost.
So when you have a national election, right?
Which we're not.
I know.
Okay.
You're never going to have a tie because you have millions of people, right? Yes. When the 3 of us got elected, it was less likely that you were going to have a tie because you had 14,000 voters. We're going to districts. You only have 5,000 voters. It's a smaller number. you're more, yes, our lifetimes, we could never see it have a tie. But it is statistically more likely when you have a smaller number of voters. That's all.
But just flip a coin. Make it easy.
I'd say maybe we should, maybe we should walk away and think about it because this is all brand new. Just popped up. I didn't really consider this. Would it be wise to ponder this for the second reading and come back?
And I will continue to provide updates via board update. If we adopt next time, based on a recommendation, great. If not, that's okay too. I will say just, I did observe a board. It was an appointment. But the appointment ends up in a board vote with 4 members. It wasn't a tie, and they actually did put 2 names in a hat and drawn one out, and that was it. And it worked in a smaller case, but yeah.
Can I bring up another one that I was just curious about?
Please.
So the one called selection and on the left side, selection and evaluation of instructional materials.
What's the number on that?
Regulation or the policy?
Yeah, regulation 6161.1. Yes. So again, I'm just trying to understand like when things are redlined. So if you scroll down, there was something on point number 9. Yeah, around, so there was crossed out was, just, I guess, with ground curriculum around demonstrated reliable quality of scholarship as evidenced by up-to-date, well documentation, objective of diverse viewpoints, thorough treatment of subject matter, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm just kind of wondering, that sounds really good as a good checkpoint when you're like selecting and evaluating instructional material to have those checkpoints about quality and scholarship. And then there was also down later on, there was something that was about conflict of interest section. And so I'm just wondering with this one, like what was then conflict of interest, right? So that there's no conflict of interest with suggestions for curriculum or adaptation or purchase. I don't know if that's from vendors, but I mean, we see conflict of interest throughout corporations, et cetera. So I'm just curious, that sounds like good best practices to put in place. I didn't know why that was.
Yeah, Pei, do you want to speak on that at all?
So when we go through these, there are required elements and there are optional elements, and our practice was been to redline all of the optional elements. Not that we don't follow them, but the more you put in and prescribe, the harder it is to make sure we do. None of this, we do look for all the accuracy. It's all part of the state standards, it's all part of the adoption guidelines. But with the board policies, our practice has always just been to redline all the optional. That's the only.
I didn't know that was optional. Okay.
Yeah, under all of the, when we go through, each one has a little note that will tell us, is this ed code, is this required? Or is this an optional, or is this something that we tailor to the district?
Yeah, I remember seeing a different version of these where it would have it'd have a paragraph and it'd have like the CSBA things, another paragraph. I like this version. So I'd like to hear why they're recommending those, so.
Yeah. So I don't delete the comments when we pass it on, so I don't know if they're still visible on your end, but.
I don't see them. Yeah, so they seem like, I understand you want to keep a document kind of flexible and slim and purposeful, but if I don't see this anywhere else, it's a good just reminder that these things are kind of in place. Just my thought. The last comment I just had is there's a few documents which there is, I don't know why there is a document like academic honesty, for example, has all, it's like there's nothing that's not redlined. So I'm like wondering what there is to like consider. So if you look at that, it's like there's nothing in it.
Now they're entirely optional policy. The policy itself is not a requirement.
Okay, so here's my thought with that. Okay, so it's not a policy. Okay, so I have to kind of understand that a little bit more because certainly academic honesty, like I'm thinking, I read through some of it, like in the age of AI, ChatGPT. I mean, this might not occur at the elementary school level, but certainly, it could possibly get into the middle school level. that I just feel like that's not, it seems like a good policy to have, academic honesty. I don't know if that's explicitly said in other places, but I think having a code of conduct, honestly, around academic honesty, we see it at different levels, might be good, just like around like homework, makeup work, that was completely red line. So I don't know, is that somewhere else that we have that? Is that not something that was been considered? You know, I think.
Are you asking the question, why was this redlined?
So I'm asking like, what are we voting on? If academic honesty, I think that's a great thing to vote on, but if it's all totally redlined, like what exactly are we consenting to for this
I
one?
think you're conducting, so I think my directive has always been if it's optional, we don't keep it. So the redlining is letting you know that CSBA saying it's optional. So if you guys want to put it in, we can bring it back and review it differently, but.
No, but my question is why is this up for consent if there's nothing in it? I'm not seeing it.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You know that there is an optional policy that has been updated and our district has chosen to not use them, so they're completely redlined. But at least this is up for review under CSBA's kind of sequence of review.
Yeah, I see. So the consent is to consent to you redlining.
To consent to continue to not use option 10.
I see.
In the table, it does say current policy, yes.
Yeah. That's why I thought, that's what I originally looked at. I looked at that table, the no's and the yeses, and I'm like, well, if it hasn't been adopted for a while, why are we considering it? And then I went there and I'm like, well, what are we actually considering?
The policy was adopted in 2015, so we can put it back. I mean, we can update it to the 2023 version if you guys would like. But it hasn't been. I mean, it must not have come up since I was hired.
We'll go back and review that one again. You can go back and review that one again.
Yeah, the similar thing with like the homework, makeup work. It's not like I'm trying to invent it. I was just curious. I didn't understand. You know, like, oh, so that means that, like, why wouldn't we then want to consent to something around language around homework and makeup work? It just seems like I didn't quite seems interesting. I just didn't understand what exactly we were consenting to. So you're consenting to keeping things like not in. But you're
do we have an academic honesty policy? We do have one.
So I want to confirm that what we have now. I see that discrepancy between a redlined and a note on
the chart
cover. So I will confirm that with staff. You know, generally speaking, CSBA has a policy on everything. Everything, I'll just say that. I know our past practice has been, if it was optional, we don't necessarily include optional policies. That our policy binder is strictly the requirements to give staff the most flexibility possible. Certainly that kind of goes both ways. I will say the process for CSBA and these updates it's hard because our board policy binder is somewhat personalized. And the CSBA redline versions and everything is not personalized, right? So like the last example, when we break a tie, our current policy is by lot. But it gets confusing when we look at the red lines again through CSBA because they putting the options back in. So we don't have a great way of always reconciling all the changes that are happening between our policy recommendations and optional pieces, right? So that's where the challenge comes into. But I hear you on the academic honesty one. I think we do need to look at that because it was redlined and it does say We have a policy. I think Assistant Superintendent who is correct. In the past, it has been practiced to, if it was optional, just automatically defer. Yeah.
In this case, I'm looking at the current policy in 5131.9. There is 2 paragraphs that are existing. So
is it in the red line version? Oh, you looked up.
at our policy,
Well,
gamut policy right now. But then, if something's optional, I would at least think that we should look at the optional and consider it instead of just a blanket rule, optional, we don't even consider. But right now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when you're looking at it, you think, well, optional, that doesn't apply, it's like high school students, doesn't apply to us, we don't.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. I understood that part. Like when the high school stuff, I understood that part.
But this has been a challenge always with board
Okay.
policies, trying to figure out what's existing, what's new, and
Yeah.
I've had to go to the old policy and compare, and it's very laborious, and I've pleaded with CSBA to make a better system.
Yeah, I mean, it's like having worked with a policy binder that had never been updated was a challenge. And then when you updated it once every 5 years or 8 years, it was like overwhelming. So despite the challenges, this is a better system. It keeps us more current, but yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Northrup had something.
I really appreciate Mr. Koss bringing this up, because I think the policies are one of the areas where we can have more of an impact. And I believe a MIG course that Superintendent DeGuara and I were taking was the trainers in that were suggesting that you have a board policy subcommittee. So I just want to throw that out there as a thought for the
I
future.
think we heard that in our MIG too.
You heard that too?
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea. Yeah. That maybe could ease the burden, because I'm sure it's a burden to go through, just to get a new thing that you've already gone through, whatever, 2 months ago, and have to like say, oh, I remember doing this last time. I mean, it's a task on resources, on their staff resources.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately staff have to, my opinion, have to take ownership of making sure that it's reflective of what's taking place, the nitty gritty. My ask would be that when it's published in a first read, that we all do our due diligence in that, like we are now, and get us feedback for that on hey, we redline that. Let's take a look at that, because it is from first policy to first read to second read. That's like putting it out to the public, like give us feedback, give us thoughts. So this is actually intended for a first read, right? So that's the right course.
Well, I appreciate that, because if I know that it's in there, like homework, makeup work, that's an important thing, right? And so to see nothing, I'm assuming that, well, maybe I just don't know that it's somewhere else.
Yeah.
If it's living somewhere else. I think the guidance needs to be there from us, not to be so rigid, of course, but to not let it just be every school site like has a different like policy that changes maybe based on the principal. It should really be, there's security to know that there's kind of guidance, processes and procedures, right? So there's that fine balance between rigidity and flexibility, but I just want to make sure that as we evolve, right, that these are the policies, right, that people are going to go to when they're new or onboarding or whatever. So thank you for looking at that.
Any other questions or comments?
Any other ones that you want specific review on?
Homework, makeup work?
Homework, makeup work, in terms of considering it for a policy.
Right. Or just to let us know, does it exist somewhere else? That would be helpful.
No, it would not. It would be based on site level and or teacher. And it's important for the board to know that if a policy for homework or makeup is adopted, that has ripple effects across the district and would require teachers and schools to follow a certain process.
Okay, so we need the leadership recommendation to know if that's, are we going too far or like?
You might hear some feedback that we're trying to micromanage the teachers.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that.
Questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Where's the longy? And then how about future board meetings?
Yeah. 16.
Yes,
Skipping numbers.
You know what? I'm gonna let him, I'm gonna let the president determine number 17 first, and then I'll take back 16. Okay,
let's just do that one.
Future board items are there. December, Fox will highlight any classified retirements. First interim board reorganization is the big one. And I'm hoping for an instructional calendar. We are waiting on sequoias. So in January, we have mid-year LCAP report. Ed Services will give a Prop 28 update. And then at our board retreat, we'll be talking about facilities master plan and probably the results from some surveys, but definitely some dates in the interim there.
When one of the things that we needed to talk about was related to the district elections and having a clear policy on if no one runs.
Yes. So I did reach out to county council. I will share their response in a board update, but it was a few weeks ago I reached out. They hold the opinion that if nobody runs and there's an appointment, the appointment still needs to reside within the district boundaries. It's not just anybody.
And the what if question ends up being, what if nobody wants to be appointed from that district?
We keep searching. I don't know that there's a clear answer for that one, honestly.
Give them $240 a month.
There are
a golden ticket.
There is probably policy on vacancies that it does talk about.
Yeah.
I can't remember, but there's something about vacancies. If you have time limits to do something, and if you don't, time limits, I don't know.
I've had a few who've been through it and they were like, they just shook the tree, so they found the person that they appointed. But
I think
this year I've met 5 different people.
Yeah, we work really hard to find somebody in that case. There are timelines, I know that. The county council was holding that it still comes from the district regardless.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But I'll share the question and the answer.
Like football recruiting, these fake addresses.
Grandma lives there.
All right. Hey. Item 16. He's not gonna take us there, so I'm gonna first step.
Of course, that we already approved the agenda and consent agenda.
Yeah, so he can't skip it. So I just want to take a moment in our tradition. I'm gonna kind of open it. I think it's special, but you have to show it and then I'll package it back up. I want to just take a moment.
Man, look, that's a different.
Wow.
Recognize Dr. Jim Howard as our board president this year. It takes a lot to be board president, right? To come up here, lead the meetings with humor and grace, and really keep us focused and on task. And the one thing I'll say about Jim is throughout his tenure as president, like I could count on those weekly calls. In the car when you're crossing the bridge, or I'm driving down 280 oftentimes, but always to make sure that we were aligned, that we were moving forward step by step, that we had clear kind of direction for always pushing our work forward, doing the important work, staying focused in the service of our students. And that's always appreciated. We have a really stable board, and that's not by accident. We all come and serve intentionally, and that's really modeled from our president. So outside of all that seriousness, I think Jim always gives us a little bit of humor and energy. And then finally, I'll just say, Jim has always, he doesn't think about, he thinks about today and implications for what we determine for the current year, but he's also thinking down the line about what his legacy is as he votes himself off of the board, right? Really the legacy that he leaves and ensuring that we're just a little bit better than we were the day before. So there's been a lot of illusion. I'm just going to clarify, Jim still has another year on his term, but yeah, no. He's got another year. And I just want to thank you for all of your hard work. Thanks. And I'll open up to you guys.
Now, I also want to thank you for your leadership, especially, with this past year, we have 3 new members, and you have held these meetings in a way to have new members of the board get up to speed really quick. Being a mentor, being a leader, it's been very strong. This year has been a very strong year for the board. We've gone through our strategic plan. You led us through that and all our retreats, and you kept the conversation going, gave everyone their chance to speak in very measured way. So that's been positive. I also like that you've tried some new processes, and it's improved our organization, our governing team. It's improved us overall, I think. And I enjoy your levity in meetings. There's been a few times where I've done some double takes and said, say that. But it's all in good humor and in good taste. And I can look back at this year and say you've left the district better than when you started, and obviously much better than your predecessor. So you've done very solid leadership. Thank you for your time and service. Thanks.
So I wanted to just thank you for your mentorship coming in, not only helping with the onboarding, but I love how you're collaborative, how you have each and every student at heart. But I always like your perspective. I've learned a lot, not only how you lead the meetings, but how you lead yourself and your mannerism and the effect that people have and the trust they have in you. And I can see why now working with you as a colleague, as a mentor. And so I really do appreciate that. You're very candid, but you're always at the heart of it. I always remember the sentence you always say, which is, what do you need from us? When you're talking to like Dan and you focus us when you allow the perspectives to get out there, the dialogue, but then you center us and you say, ultimately, what do you need from us to go forward and do the work that you're doing on behalf of our students, on behalf of our children? So I really thank that. And that's really something that I'm going to take those pieces and model after. And I really do appreciate just your heart and your humor is an acquired taste, but for some reason But for some reason, I actually like it. It's kind of like mine. So, so I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Uh, um, thanks for being here. Thanks for pulling me in. I remember the day we met, Jim. It was like Second Harvest Food Bank. You were wearing a blue hat and a blue long sleeve shirt and a black down vest. I remember it because I was hot and I was like, how are you wearing all of that? And I was deciding to join the PTA, and you were one of the few people who were like, shut up and do it. There we go. So, with also some good advice, and I'm sure some acquired humor, right? So yeah, thanks for leading by example, and I appreciate your, I'm gonna say candor. I think sometimes you do a good job of like letting people talk and sharing the mic, but also I appreciate sometimes like your opinion. You don't need to, you were not mean at all, but you don't sugarcoat it, which I actually appreciate. I mean, it's a pure compliment, and like, let me beat around the bush, like, no, this, you know, and I do think that is rare and efficient. So I appreciate it. Thank you for, yeah, helping me get to or making me the man I am today. Swing a mean gavel.
Thank you, Jackie. Such a nice lady.
Thank you for your service as board president. You've made sure that everyone's voice has been heard during board discussions. On the infrequent occasion that we get public comment, you have welcomed members of the public and made sure that we were following all the protocols. You have asked how policies may impact our most underserved students. You've utilized your experience as a board member and professionally to inform your term as president. And I wanted to demonstrate like the firecracker child that assistant superintendent who had mentioned when she was talking about the systems. That was all, just so that you would have an experience of a firecracker child. But thank you for your service, Dr. Howard.
Am I supposed to say something? Or what do you say? It's been real, it's been good, it has been real good. There you go. Yeah.
You're not going anywhere.
I mean, it's hard, right? I was the last up in this group of people that I joined to be president, and I had a lot of good mentors in front of me. And I would say that it is different to sit here and then try to think, how am I not only responsible for my perspective, just for making sure everyone is represented and that we stay focused on the task, making, again, the main thing. And that is a lot of behind the scenes phone calls, a lot of worry. Are you doing the right thing for people? And a lot of conversation. But you know, you guys are all up to the task, and each of you in turn will make excellent presidents. There's no doubt in my mind that this is a great board that thinks with both their mind and their heart, and they put the kids first, and that's what makes this a really healthy board. And that mutual respect is clear. So thank you guys for being an excellent board. Thanks, Stan, for being an excellent superintendent. Thanks, Kirsten, for all the stuff that you do. And CP, data goddess, keep it up. All right, cool. Okay, so with that, it's 10:23 p.m. Call this meeting done. I'll wrap this.
Jackie, I'm sorry you're gonna have to